Hi, everyone. I'm going to start a few minutes early because it looks like people are chatting and people have questions. So we can chat for a bit before court gets started at 2 p.m. It is 1:46 p.m. now. And somebody told me that I don't stop and talk enough. I'm trying to be restrained. I want to let you see. I'm trying to be respectful of your time. I don't want it to take so long that you're here forever. I really appreciate you being here. So, if there are times when you want more of an explanation or you have a question or something's bothering you, I know it's hard to get my attention in chat while I'm trying to pay attention to the trial, but try to get my attention, or when I start focusing on the chat and talking, bring up your question again. C Perk is ATL, is that Atlanta? Moth's Mummy says it's 6:40 p.m. here. Oh, you're in the UK. Thank you, Rayanne. Peter's saying, I think you do a good job on choosing when to comment. Thanks. It is hard to tell because there are different levels of experience within the people of the chat in respect to how much you watch trials. There was somebody in here this morning who said this is the first trial they've ever watched. So sometimes I'm worried that I'm explaining something that everybody already knows, and I don't want to insult your intelligence, but then there might be somebody who gets left behind that way. So Mama Bell is saying, I hadn't realized that the state would rest their case so quickly. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. But remember, they still have their rebuttal. And if Owens brings in battered spouse, if he's able to do that, then there's going to be a whole lot more that comes up, right? So the state is going to present their case as if there is no self defense claim because they don't want to open that door, right? They don't want to open doors to prior behaviors of Mr. Torres. So they're not going to go there. But if the defense opens the door, you betcha they will. Oh, okay. So somebody's asking what happened at the end. I did not understand the bit with the FedEx. Okay. So Owens is forever, oh, I didn't bring a CD. Oh, I forgot to bring copies. Like he doesn't do his homework. He doesn't deliver to the court what is promised. So, and he doesn't live in that jurisdiction or have an office nearby. So he has to go to FedEx to do these things. And he's always going to FedEx. Well, this morning in the comments, we're waiting for court to begin. And somebody made a wisecrack and said, yeah, well, Owens is probably over at FedEx. So at the end, he's saying, oh, I didn't bring CDs. I just have USBs. And he has to go to FedEx now. So that was the joke. That's what was going on. Carla saying, since Henderson is trying to create doubt by saying Brian's name is on the same account, cell phone account, right? Does that open the door to bring in Brian and Sarah's marital history? No, no. And Henderson saying that, I think what he was implying wasn't necessarily that it was Brian making the text. I think what he's suggesting is maybe it could have been Mr. Torres. But the thing is, the phone's password protected. And some of what they do is to muddy the waters, right? Nicole, poor Brian getting brought into this situation when he doesn't need to be. Well, could you imagine getting that call? I mean, and this is the co-parent of your child. That's the thing. When you have kids with somebody, you're stuck with them. Pammy Brooks says, do you think they were fighting over the phone George had on him? I wondered. If I remember correctly, Sarah said he didn't have a phone and he used hers. That is correct. Sarah said that. And in the suitcase, according to the reports I looked at, they found a cell phone. And Sarah's cell phone was found in a different place. It's a different phone. So it hasn't been established whose phone that was. If it was perhaps an old defunct phone, because that was never discussed by the digital forensic expert, right? So maybe it was just an old phone that was getting thrown out. Who knows? Leslie saying a whole afternoon of Sarah cringing coming up. Yeah, I think people were saying, oh, when they were showing the suitcase video, she turned red. My personal opinion, and nobody can get into somebody's mind, but my personal opinion is that she is more concerned or more distressed by what people think of her rather than the video itself or George's suffering or horror at her own actions. That's my opinion. Someone's saying, yes, she told the detectives that George didn't have a password. Correct. Jay-Z said, yeah, she had the password. And that will come up in the police interrogation. So if there's a juror kind of wondering about what Mr. Henderson said, that is going to be cleared up by the interrogation itself. I'm hoping that they're going to show the entire interrogation, except for there are two parts that they might have to cut out based on motions that they discuss, like the bathroom conversation and something that the police officer said. So I'm hoping the prosecution doesn't cut it up too much. I hope they see the whole thing because they'll see who Sarah is. Hi, Addie. Welcome back. Oh, yes. Sarah was laughing when CSI showed the suitcase yesterday. That is why I included the thumbnail that I did. It's a picture of exactly that, as close as I could get it. And Mr. Cacciatore stopped and looked at her. And I hope that the jury caught that. Jay-Z, you'd think Sarah would realize by now that this isn't going her way and self-defense isn't going to work. I don't think she realizes that at all. Not at all. I think she's in absolute denial. Jay-Z says it sounds like they're going to show almost all of that interrogation. I hope so. It did sound like that, though, didn't it? Good afternoon, Silverberry. Hiya, Ellie. BGM says everything is sunny in Sarah's world. Yeah. Elle says, I've got my Pop-Tarts ready for the afternoon. Glad you got to go for a walk, William. Yes, Sarah is also studying the power and control wheel that they use in looking at domestic violence. Small day, no, you haven't missed anything. We're just gabbing while we wait for court to start. Hi, Angel Baby. Welcome back. Silverberry, you're not famous. My channel's not that big. But we can pretend. Nessie Girl, can the judge just decide outright to allow self-defense before Sarah even steps foot on the stand? The judge cannot make that decision without some legal authority. And that issue was argued in motions. And I have a video on it somewhere. It might be alive. And what the law says is that there has to be a demonstration of an overt act before all of that information can come in, or all of that argument about that defense can come in. So that means Sarah has to testify first. So the short answer is no, he can't just unilaterally decide. Judges can't decide whatever they want, although sometimes it seems like that. They need some legal basis for it, especially if the other one side or the other is arguing about it. BJM, all I can see is Gloria Swanson getting ready for her close-up. Who's Gloria Swanson? I should probably know that, right? And I don't. Sherilyn says, notice Sarah is not as smiley and giddy. I think her attorneys have told her to tone it down. Yeah. I heard too that the judge actually told her to stop turning around and looking at the gallery behind her. I didn't notice that, but... Criminal Minds, do you think Sarah will testify tomorrow if the state rests today? It's possible. The defense may want to lay some foundations down. We'll see. Somebody says her nose was so red, I was wondering if it's also going to grow while she's testifying. Yeah. It'd be longer than that baseball bat. BJM is saying, so who is in the gallery for Sarah? I don't know if there's anyone. Paige is asking if the state is resting today. You did not mishear. They might. We're going to see. There's a juror who needs to be out at 5 to pick up kids. We're going to see. We might have to break it up, and I hope they don't have to. Oh, Gloria Swanson was a famous actress years ago. Nessie Girl says Sarah's looking for her fans. Addie says to me, Lori, Google Gloria Swanson for heaven's sake. She was very special. Okay, I will. So we are seeing the seal. Why can't I see my chat? Oh no. What is going on? What the heck? Guys, I can't see my chat on the other screen. This is bad. Oops. Oh, here we go, maybe. Chat. Sorry. I'm trying to make my... I don't know why I can't see my chat. Okay. I know you guys see me, but I cannot see the chat. So when I go to screen share to show you the trial, I can't see what you're saying. Paula says, we're just playing hide and seek. Oh, I don't like this. Rats. Oh. Let me see. Yeah, so I just sent that test chat, but I can't see anybody's answer. Oh, this is going to drive me. I'm afraid to close and reboot much because I'm afraid I'll lose y'all. So I'm just going to have to switch back and forth. Okay, so they're starting. So I am going to switch screens. No, I can't see your chat, but I will come back when I pause. So that, there you go. I will come back when I pause and check the chat. So now you won't be able to get my attention though.
We are back on the record, case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
David Shore on behalf of the state. William Day for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
All right, Mr. Beck is not with us. Okay. Ms. Boone is still seated at counsel's table, wearing the same clothing that she had on this morning. She is in custody, however, out of any restraints. So we will be standing when our jury enters and exits. It's 2:04. State, are you ready to proceed? Yes.
Okay, while they approach, I'm just going to come back and see, oops, if I can see you. Okay, you guys seeing the screen okay? Yeah, I see that you are. Okay, I'll go back. We'll get I'll have the tech bug ironed out by tomorrow. The best part of all this is you guys. Had to give Watson a stick. I'm just going to look at you guys until I know you get to see my control panel. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know what Sarah is grinning about. She's probably happy. She probably thinks that things are going well for her, right? Is that a snakeskin pattern on her collar? Kind of appropriate. Yeah. Hi, Deanna. Addie says Sarah is stupid. Stupid people are happy. I don't know. I'm pretty happy. I think she's happy that she has control, and I think she thinks just like with the interrogation she's going to go home. Deanna says, I wonder what time she stopped using her phone that night and when she woke up. Yeah, I wanted to see more about all of that. I expected more. Rayanne says, yes, I was thinking metaphorically her wearing a snakeskin shirt while lying about killing someone. Uh-huh. Tobeans asks, how many days do we think Sarah will be on the stand? I don't think she can tolerate as much as she may think she can. Addie is clarifying now. I didn't mean only stupid people were happy. Yeah, I get what you're saying. There's that saying, ignorance is bliss, right? And do you ever have a discussion with someone and they give you a real good comeback and you just stop talking to them because you know they're an idiot and there's just no flipping point in even having a conversation? So they walk away all happy thinking they won. That's an example of stupid people being happy, I guess. William Carl says, in her warped mind, she's getting the attention she craves. Yep. KPM says, with Owens coddling her, she will be fine. With Mr. J, not so much. I hope she has to do it. I hope she has to do a narrative testimony. I hope they don't get away with Owens putting her up there and leading the crap out of her. You're not supposed to lead your own witness. Captain Katie says she won't survive cross. Tobeans is saying, I hope she has to do narrative. What is taking so long? Hi, Karen. Oh, from Toronto. My neck of the woods. Elle is saying Sarah would be easily impeachable. I think so. Alice is saying the video is the evidence. She cannot deny that fact. Yeah. I don't know how you get around that. It was pretty vengeful. I mean, we're going to see what they try, right? Jodi Arias was on the stand 28 days. Wow. Wow. Toe Beans, yes, my time zone is the same as Florida. Yep. Captain Katie says narrative testimony is going to sink her too. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Heck, if, yeah, I wouldn't want to have to do narrative testimony ever. And Addie is saying that it's the state suggested Sarah do the narrative thing. And that's the thing. It's the state who suggested that. The defense didn't suggest that that's the way it would be. Someone's saying, so far, the state just has to present enough evidence to prove, beyond a reasonable doubt, second-degree murder, and they have that now. That is true. So the self-defense thing is another animal. It's almost like this trial is, part 1 and part 2, right? And that's if they can get the self-defense in at all. Captain Katie said he watched Telus do a narrative and it was awful. I saw bits of that and it was just, I couldn't even tolerate watching. The guy literally turned my stomach. He was so obviously full of himself and lying. Addie's saying every word she has said has sunk her that much more. And now she will be talking to Mr. J. Yeah. We're still waiting. Yep. Feline Frenzy is saying surely Owens wouldn't suborn perjury. He would lose his license. As long as he can argue with a straight face that he believed that what she was saying was true. Right? Hi, Jackie from Manitoba.
Thank you all for letting me know the lay of the land with regard to those specific issues. We're going to bring our jury in momentarily and inquire to staying after 5 o'clock. Members of the gallery, good afternoon. The state is going to continue with their evidence presentation. I know this morning some cell phones were going off, and there was chattering in some cell phones this morning. I'm going to please respectfully request that you turn off your cell phones and not have any correspondence or communications orally amongst yourselves or anyone else in the gallery. I'm not going to allow any outbursts. If you cannot contain yourself, I'm going to ask you now to remove yourself. This is your one and only opportunity. If you cannot control yourself or there are outbursts, I will ask the courtroom deputy to remove you. Does anyone have any questions with regard to the court's instructions? If you're wearing sunglasses, I need you to remove them. Thank you. All right, with that, state anything we need to address before we bring in our panel.
One more thing.
Yes, sir.
May we approach?
Yes.
Tobins is pointing out the flip-flops moved. Yes. Also, there were drag marks on the carpet, and somebody said there weren't drag marks on the carpet when CSI got there. Also, in the video, there is not a white pillow on the piece of furniture behind it in the suitcase video, but in the CSI pictures, there was a pillow on that little bench there. So things certainly had been moved. Oh, there was an outburst this morning? How come we didn't hear it? Yes, the state can call rebuttal witnesses. Yes. Henderson is asking if a defendant does a narrative, should a juror automatically assume they might be lying? Well, first of all, the juror might not know why a narrative is being done, and the judge may give a jury instruction that they're not to come to a conclusion based on that. Addie sends me stick money for Watson. Thank you. The sticks that Watson has, I actually bought with like super chats and super thanks. All that stuff, I put it aside and it goes straight to Watson. And I have already for October, I already have enough to get her a toy. And so I did, and we'll do a video on that. Hi, New Mexico. Loba Volcana says, I would like to see the male detective on the stand. He was very direct, in my opinion. Somebody's asking if Sarah's going to testify today. No, she's not. We're still on the state's case. So we're going to hear from the lead detective. That's Chelsea. And Henderson is saying his cross-exam should take about a half an hour. We're also going to see the interrogation video. There will be portions of that redacted. And we're all hoping that they play everything that they're allowed to play. Hi, Kansas City. Yeah, BJM, Sarah does not like Chelsea. Addie says, we adore you, but you can fend for yourself. Watson needs stuff. Yes, Watson needs stuff. Oh, Paige, you ordered my book. Thanks. You know what? I have to do a reading at a university in a couple of weeks from the book, and I still haven't figured out which passage I want to read. So any of you who have read my book, if you know, like, what is the best passage to read, I still can't figure it out. I'm too close to it.
Thank you all for your patience. Ma'am in the back left, last row. Good afternoon. After conversing with the state and the defense, they've agreed and asked me to excuse you from this room. I understand that there may have been an outburst by you with courtroom personnel before the judge arrived on the bench this afternoon. If you would like to watch the trial, it is being streamed live. You can head to the 12th floor, get off the elevator, and head to the south side of the building. See the sign where it says Judge Michael Kranick. It'll tell you which direction to go. You can pick up the phone, call my judicial assistant, Anita Barrios, and she can give you instructions on how to watch this trial virtually. Okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, God bless you guys. I'm still the boss of the city, so we gotta work together and try to figure it out.
Thank you, ma'am.
And y'all heard what I said. Ms. Jones, you're fired. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Wow. If I was the judge, I wouldn't want her in the building at all. If there was an outburst with court personnel, I would want court security to escort her right out of the building.
To restate the court's prior positions, if there's anyone going to have any outbursts or cannot control themselves, again, I'm going to ask you to remove yourselves at this time. State, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our panel.
You're entering.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, thank you. You all can be seated. Members of the jury, good afternoon. I hope that you enjoyed your lunch break. Welcome back. We're going to pick up with the evidence and testimony presentation by the state this afternoon. We may have to work after 5 o'clock, possibly between 5:30 and 6. As I recall, with speaking with some of you, you have minor children and may need childcare to pick them up. Is there anyone here who has any concerns with regard to childcare staying till between 5:30 and 6? If you have those concerns, okay, juror in first row, third seat from the right. Yes, ma'am.
As long as we get a break between now and then and I can call someone, I should be fine.
I would absolutely give you that opportunity right now to do that.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who has concerns about childcare? If you're able to have childcare, ma'am, is that going to affect your ability to listen to the evidence this afternoon?
No, sir.
Okay. Can the parties approach for a moment?
I think the judge is going to give her the opportunity now. It's going to be a couple of minutes, but I think that's good. She'll get it arranged.
All right, ma'am, just you, not everybody. If you could step out back to the deliberation room and make those phone calls, take your time, and once you come back in, we'll pick up from there and just let me know if you're able to get coverage, okay? Thank you so much, ma'am. Y'all can be seated, thank you.
So I guess we're just waiting for that juror to make the call. Wonder what the issue is. She seems to want something. Okay. I'm going to come back to chat again. Sorry you're getting to see like everything on my computer screens, but things messed up and I don't know how else to do it. Jay-Z says Owens is going to go back to showing Sarah his phone so she can see what we're all saying about her.
I'm all set.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay.
If you can, members of our panel, show me by a show of hands you comply with the court's instructions prior to the lunch hour. All right, record reflect all hands have been raised. With that, state you call your next witness.
State and call Chelsea Kepsel.
Yes.
And good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Yes. Chelsea Kepsel. CHELSEY KOEPSELL.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
Whom do you work for?
The Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
I am currently a homicide cold case detective.
How long have you worked for the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Since April of 2013.
And what positions have you held at the Orange County Sheriff's Office during that time?
So I began my career in uniform patrol, and then I moved on to the sex crimes unit as a detective, and then I moved on to the homicide unit as a detective.
In the homicide unit, tell us, what are your duties as a homicide detective?
To respond to obviously homicides and any death-related incidents.
And what type of training do you need to hold that position?
So I went to the police academy, and then after going to the police academy, I became a deputy, and then basically just having experience from other units and taking like homicide courses and investigative courses to help me.
Is continuing training a condition of not only your employment, but also holding your position in the homicide unit?
Yes.
How is it that you became involved in this case?
So on February 24th of 2020, my partner at the time, Detective Scott Lowen, received a call. Our team in the homicide unit, there's 3 teams that have 4 detectives on each team with a supervisor, and then we have 1 sergeant. And so on that date, Detective Scott Lowen was basically screening calls for that day, and we were at the office, and he told me about the call.
Are all homicide investigations worked in tandem with another detective?
Typically, yeah, we normally always have a partner with us.
And tell us, why is it that we do that?
Well, honestly, it's more for court purposes if I weren't to be able to be in court. But it's also nice to just have someone else's perspective and training. We all come from different backgrounds, so it just kind of helps the investigation.
Once you received the call on this case, where was the first place that yourself and Detective Lowen went to?
We responded to the scene.
And when you say the scene, is that 4748 France Court?
Yes, I believe so.
And when you responded to the scene, who did you make contact with first there?
The first person I made contact with was Deputy Kayla Rodriguez.
And was Deputy Rodriguez able to convey you certain information at that time?
Yes, she explained to me what had been said to her and basically what they have done.
And this location that you responded to, was the defendant present there at that time as well?
Yes, she was. She was outside.
And did you make contact with her?
Yes, I did.
During that time that you were initially there at the scene, did you walk the scene with the crime scene investigator in this case?
Yes, I did.
And when you walked the scene, just tell us some of your observations.
So when you first enter, immediately on the right, there's like a kitchen. And then if you continue down like a very small, short hallway, it opens up to the living room / dining room area. And so when I entered, I could see the victim, George Torres, laying on the ground next to a blue suitcase.
Did you work with the crime scene investigator to identify potential pieces of evidence for collection?
Yes, I did.
Did you also have an opportunity to speak with the defendant in this case at that time?
Yes, I did.
Might be body cam.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness what's been marked for identification that states T and states U and been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification first as states T. Can you tell me, do you recognize what that item is?
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is that item?
This is the first part of the interview that I conducted with Sarah Boone on the scene.
And did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the conversation that took place between you and the defendant on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, the first part.
And is that your initials on the disc as well?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states T into evidence.
Any objection? All right, what was pre-marked as states T will be received without objection as states Exhibit 18.
Other than, I may have made a previous objection, other than pretrial issues.
Yes, sir.
So when Owen said that, when Owens piped up there and said, other than what I might have made other pretrial objections, he's basically covering his bases in case there was an objection he made earlier that he's forgetting about in the moment. So he's making sure he's getting that included.
Ma'am, next I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states U. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is that?
This is the second part of the interview with Sarah Boone on the scene.
On February 24th, 2020?
Correct.
And you had an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the second part of that interview that you conducted with Sarah Boone?
Yes, sir.
And is that your initials on the disc as well?
Yes, sir.
All right, this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states U into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as states U will be received without objection as states 19.
And Your Honor,
You may do so.
I think we're going to hear all this.
Is February 24th, 2020. The time now is approximately 16:57 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. I'm currently located in my unmarked vehicle out in front of 4748 Brant Lane, apartment number 3 in Winter Park, at the Tealwood Park Apartments. And also in the car with me, my partner,
Sergeant Scott Bowen.
and in the front seat is, can you state your name, ma'am?
Sarah Boone,
Okay, and your birthday?
10-10-77.
Okay. So, Sarah, I know you have talked to some deputies. I know we had a very brief conversation, just to reiterate what you told that deputy. But like I was explaining, I would like to get a more further understanding of what happened last night and ask you more detailed questions. I am going to read you your rights, but it's just because that's how we do things, okay? So you do have the right to remain silent, okay? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
Do you understand what I just read you?
Yes.
Okay. So, last night you said that you and your boyfriend George were here at your residence and didn't really leave that day. You said that he went to the store to buy cigarettes.
Yes.
What time was that around? If you recall. Was it light out still, dark out?
Yes, it was light out
It
still.
was still light out. Okay. But he's the only person that left and he came back,
Yes.
I'm assuming? Okay.
It's right down the street.
It's down the street. Okay. And tell me what you guys were doing next. Like what was happening?
We had a bottle of wine. We painted, we drew, we did puzzles.
Do you remember what wine you guys were drinking?
It's what Chardonnay.
Okay.
The bottles are in the trash.
Okay. Chardonnay. Okay. And do you remember around like what time this was that you guys were sharing the bottle of wine, painting, and puzzles?
I'm gonna say 4-ish.
Okay. And was this before he went to the store or after?
I'm sorry.
Had he already gotten home from the store at this point to buy the cigarettes?
Yes.
Okay. So it was around 4 p.m.
Ish.
that you realized, and you guys were doing,
Puzzles and art,
okay,
listening to music, enjoying each other's company.
and all downstairs, upstairs? Where did you guys?
Downstairs.
Downstairs. Okay.
We usually sit on the back porch because we smoke. You're not allowed to smoke inside, so.
Okay. And who was here last night? Was it just the two of you?
Mhm.
Yep. Okay. No one ever came over at any point?
No.
No. Okay.
We called his daughters on FaceTime.
Okay.
We were just literally just enjoying one another's company.
Okay. And you guys share the phone that you have,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And the phone's located in there, I think in the
Yes.
dictionary. Yeah. Okay. So tell me what happens next. You're painting, you guys are doing this puzzle together, you obviously finished the bottle of wine.
Yes.
Did you have 1 or 2 bottles of wine?
Well, we had one previously that was maybe not even half full,
Okay.
but then,
So you finished that one and then you had the full one?
yes.
Okay.
So remember, the jury has already seen 2 bottles of wine the big bottles, and 3 receipts. So they're going to recognize right away, hopefully, that she's playing with the truth here because she's saying they only had 1 bottle. Oh, there was a little bit left from the other bottle from previously.
And sorry, what was the question?
Just what you guys do next after the bottle of wine, like after you
Well, we
guys
have-
finish the wine.
We had the bottle of wine while we were doing our arts and crafts.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, just waiting, we were puzzled out, we were painted out.
Mm-hmm.
So, being silly, let's play hide and seek, which we had played before. Like, I don't know if you've opened the door on the top of the stairwell, like, he and I have hidden in there before. Like, just having fun and enjoying each other's company.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's literally all it was. And then the suitcase is downstairs because I was telling you we were going to do donations.
Mhm.
And because it's not a very good suitcase, what was the question? I'm sorry.
You were just explaining to me that
Oh, he decided to hide in there. So,
I'm wondering what the jury will think of her saying, whoa, what was the question? And, you know, when I first did the video on this particular interview, this is the car interview, the bit about that doorway at the top of the stairs caught my attention, but I didn't know what to make of it. But now, in retrospect, I'm wondering, considering she's hiding so much time and lying so much and hiding so much, why she felt the need to bring up that little door up there. I think there's something to that. We may never know, though.
being silly, he and I were sitting there laughing at it, like with him in there. And then, so I didn't zip it up all the way, but I mean, enough to where his little fingers were out there and whatever, but still having a good time and whatever. Then I guess I decided to go upstairs, and I don't know, I fell asleep. So I woke up this morning and again thought he was downstairs on the laptop looking for a job, as he usually is. And then thought, where is he? Is he on the back porch? Is he in the bathroom? Like, where is he? And then I came to about the suitcase. So I opened the suitcase. I took him out, stretched him out, started to do CPR. Where air was coming out, but, and then like whatever gurgle, he made. So I'm trying to do CPR on him.
Okay, sorry guys, I am going to interrupt this because we already talked about CPR. I cannot see your comments at all, so I'm going to have a look. Just for those of you just joining me or haven't been here long, while we're watching the trial, I cannot see your comments because we've got a tech glitch here. So I want to point out, if they had a huge fight the night before, such that she feared for her very life, why would she think he's downstairs on the laptop? Why would she not think about the suitcase right away? So if she tells this other story about battered spouse, this is gonna come and bite her. She might have been better off just to say, oh, I had a drunken blackout. I don't remember. The other thing I want to point out is how she says little fingers. I think that's significant. And she says, or whatever, twice. During the time that he's in the suitcase, whatever, twice. Okay? And She also says that they were drinking wine while they were doing arts and crafts, not in order to avoid, they were doing arts and crafts in order to avoid drinking. Jay-Z, why would she feel safe enough to fall asleep in the first place? Yeah. So I just wanted to check in with chat and make those comments, and we'll go back here.
I'm shaking him, trying to get him to come to, but I can tell by looking at him, something was wrong. He's been losing his teeth lately and has been complaining about his chest hurts, which is why I keep trying to get him to go to the doctor, but because he nor I had a job or insurance, has been putting it off. So I didn't know what to do, so I called Brian, my ex-husband. I called him, he came over, just walked in and then walked out. I grabbed my phone and I called you guys. From there, here we are.
Okay. The first time you woke up this morning, did you look at your phone to see what time it was?
No. Most of the time, like, I'll wake up, but because he nor I have a job, I'll usually just lay in the bed for a little bit longer because the house is clean. There's nothing else that we can do. Me thinking he's on the laptop looking for jobs, I can't use a laptop. So most of the time I'll just stay in the bed and collect my thoughts and get ready for the day.
So do you have any idea what time you woke up that first time? What time it may have been? I don't know if you guys have that.
I'm going to say 11 something. 11 something.
Okay.
Maybe.
Is that when you finally got up, or is that the first time you woke up?
No, that's the time that I decided to get up because I figured he was downstairs on the laptop. So let him look for jobs on the laptop, and then usually I'll clean, he'll look for jobs, or vice versa, where I'll look for jobs and he'll clean.
Okay. So you think you got out of bed after 11 at some point?
Yes.
Okay. But we can't recall which time. Do you think you were up for like hours before that, or collecting your thoughts?
Brian, because I was supposed to have my son today to pick him up from school. Brian usually calls to make sure, hey, are you sure you're getting Lucas today? Because I've had job interviews.
Right.
Are you going to pick up Lucas? So after he called like maybe 3, 4 times, maybe 5, I finally answered, and that's like...
Do you think you were sleeping and missed those calls?
No, I ignored them.
You ignored them?
Because he's notorious for blowing up my phone.
Okay.
But I understand why, because he's making sure that Lucas gets home.
Right, yeah, okay.
And to do whatever he needs to do day-wise so he can schedule around it.
Were you upstairs in your room at that time when you were ignoring those phone calls?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so not really sure what time you woke up initially, but you were upstairs collecting your thoughts. You figured he was on the laptop downstairs, so you were just getting ready for your day.
Yes.
You finally got out of bed at sometime after 11 a.m. And had gone downstairs.
Yes.
Okay.
Looking for him. And
couldn't find him. Looked outside, couldn't find him anywhere.
He wasn't in the bathroom. I was thinking maybe he's in the bathroom. But then I came to.
And then you called Brian.
Yes. He
Told him to come over.
Yes, he came over.
Lives down the road, right? Not very far. He came over, walked in, basically walked out. You called 911.
Yes, I had my phone in my hand. I just wanted to wait for him to get there because I didn't know what to do.
Right. Okay. And then we arrived.
Like, I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened, but like, the whole thing is, the whole, like, teeth losing thing, and I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. He and I were having an amazing time yesterday, like we normally do.
No arguments?
No.
Nothing? Okay.
And the thing with him, though, is, which is why we've been doing puzzles and artwork lately, is that he's been stressing about a job, of course.
Of course.
which we've talked about. So what I did was start having him do puzzles and artwork to keep his mind off of it.
Okay.
His ex-wife is all over him.
The bit about losing his teeth, she's mentioned it 2 or 3 times already. I wonder if she knew that she'd smashed his teeth in that suitcase. So, and I note that she has him doing puzzles. I don't know if the jury's picking up on that though yet.
About sending money, which he can't do because he doesn't have a job.
Right.
So he was stressing about that. He's been stressing about the job. But that's why I started to buy puzzles and paint to get his mind off of them, which is what I don't know if you noticed on the wall in there, it's all of our artwork and stuff.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, music, art, and playing with the dogs, dancing around the room with the dogs. And then decided to play hide and seek. Because we're always trying to outdo each other on where we can hide the best.
How often do you guys play hide and seek?
Gosh, that was maybe the 3rd time? Maybe.
Okay. Is it a more recent game you've gotten into, or 3 times in total in your relationship you're talking about?
Lately.
Lately.
Because again, like we were puzzled out. We painted already, so why not?
So you were downstairs hanging out. Do you remember around what time you guys started playing hide and seek?
Honestly, I don't.
Do you remember if it was dark out?
It was dark.
Okay.
It was dark. But my thing is like when I spend time with him and I try to get him to start doing it, I don't look at the clock.
Okay.
I'm here with him and we're having a good time. I don't need to know what time it is.
Right. I didn't know if you were like on your phone, if you got a text message, if you got a phone call last night.
We called his daughters yesterday, FaceTime.
Right. What time was that
I don't know without looking at my phone.
at? Okay.
But I ended
Would that be the only activity that you had yesterday on your phone?
I called Lucas. I talked to Lucas. He's my son.
Okay.
I was calling.
Morning,
No, it was evening.
evening. Okay.
But
I'm just trying to help you, remember something you did right before hide and seek that would help you remember a time or give us a good time frame, because that's important for us to know. I want to be able to tell the doctors
I
that.
don't know, to be honest with you.
Okay. So when you called Lucas, was it before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And when you called and FaceTime, his daughters before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And did you call the daughters first and then Lucas, or Lucas first and then the daughters?
I never talked to Lucas, but then we talked to the daughters afterwards.
Okay. Okay.
I don't remember if she called us. No, I know he called Cookie. But yes, we called her.
What are the 2 daughters' names? Or just one? Did you say one
He
daughter?
has 3 children. It's Anna, Cookie, what her real name is Destiny. And then he has a handicapped son, Georgie.
Okay. Who did you call though yesterday? Who did you call?
Cookie,
And what is Cookie's real name?
Destiny.
Does she have his last name or something else?
It's Torres. Yes, she remarried, but I don't know her last name.
Okay. Okay, so you know it's dark out, but you're not really sure what time it is. You play hide and seek. How long do you guys play hide and seek before he decides to get into the suitcase?
Wasn't really. I hid upstairs in the shower, and then came downstairs because I was tired of hanging out in the shower.
Okay.
So that's when
She's not answering the question. Chelsea's asking what time. And she goes on to something else. And she's launched into her narrative now, which still doesn't make any sense anyway. I hope the jury, I don't know. Do you think the jury's picking up on that?
was playing around and we both thought it was funny. That, oh yeah, well, I'm gonna zip you up. You didn't come look for me. So, again, it's a broken suitcase, but
What do you mean by broken?
it's only got one of these. But because I didn't zip it up all the way, he was doing the
You mean it doesn't have like the pull part?
correct.
Okay, but it
No, it's got, I think it's got a, what do you call it? A paper clip.
okay. So the zipper to it is missing, like the actual zipper that attaches to it to help you open and close is missing, but you think a paper clip was on it instead?
I believe there's a paper clip on it, because I know that the last
That's what
time.
you used to like help assist you?
Well, or you can just stick your fingers in there and
Right, yeah.
unzip it yourself, which is why I did not zip it up all the way.
Okay. So how much did you zip it up?
I mean, I don't really know.
You said his fingers were able to stick out?
Yeah, two fingers.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm figuring he'll get it. But then I wanted to go upstairs and wait.
In the suitcase?
No.
Okay. But I'm assuming the game was over, like you guys weren't gonna continue to play hide and seek anymore? Like you went upstairs and went into the room?
Right, waiting for him.
Okay. And you said you laid down?
Yes, the dog's got in the bed.
Do you guys sleep together in the room every single night?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Okay. And which side of the bed do you sleep on? Like if
It's, okay, here's the bed. I'm on the left side, he's on the right-hand side. Because I've got Lucas's pictures over here, he's got his kids' pictures over here.
okay, so you're
So towards
closer
the
to the
wall.
door or closer to the other? Are you closer to the door to exit your room or is he closer?
He is.
Okay. So where the pictures of Lucas are on that side, that's your side?
Correct.
Okay. And is that where you slept last night? Did you sleep in the middle of the bed? Did you sleep on your side of the
I
bed?
slept on my side.
Your side? Okay. And I noticed there's like one pillow on the bed, and then there were like 3 up against the closet.
Mm-hmm.
Are those his pillows, and he brings them into bed, or what's?
No, when I woke up, what I normally do is, I don't know if you noticed the mice that we have in there, Lucas's mice.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll make the bed, excuse me, clean the mouse cage, and then go downstairs.
Okay.
So, but what I'm saying is that normally I'll fix up upstairs and then I'll head downstairs.
Okay.
So that's why those were over here, was because I was trying to fix up the bed a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Were they in the bed prior? Like when you went to sleep, how many pillows were in your bed?
We only have the 2.
You 2. Okay.
Well, it's the 2 white ones and the 2-size ones when we watch movies.
Mm-hmm.
We'll put behind the white one and then the third pillow just goes in between everybody else.
Okay. Do you use one pillow to sleep, or do you each have one, right? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So you just basically didn't finish making the bed, is my understanding. That's why the pillows are up against there's like 3 pillows
Correct.
up against the closet.
Yes.
They're like standing.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Because I'll move all the pillows off and then I'll shake out the bed and then put everything back together.
Okay. Okay. And did he say anything to you while he was in the suitcase? I know you guys were laughing, joking, but was any jokes made? Was anything said?
No, nothing negative or anything like, I'm telling you.
Just
like,
anything that he said, like.
we were laughing about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and I waited for him upstairs.
Okay.
Did you tell him you were going upstairs, or?
No, I did not. I literally went upstairs to wait for him.
Was the line? Was it all gone at this point?
If she's expecting him up there, how can she say she's terrified of him? Right? She went upstairs and called Brian.
You guys were playing hide and seek?
I think so.
Okay. Is it at that point? I mean, I don't know how often you drink, but would you say that you were under the influence and he was under the influence, or
Well, I mean, we weren't drunk.
weren't drunk? Okay.
We weren't drunk. I mean, we had a handful of glasses throughout the evening.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we weren't like inebriated where like, we couldn't drive. You could still, I mean, we were compass mentis. That's what I'll say. Both of us were compass mentis.
Okay.
Perhaps explain that one to me. I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
don't know what that word means.
I mean, we had our wits about ourselves.
Okay.
That's why he and I were
Here's
playing.
the thing though, this isn't a trick question. You're at your home, you're consenting adults. If you're drinking, say you were drunk, there's no law against it.
Right.
Nobody's judging you. You're at home.
Neither one of us were drunk.
Okay.
We were just,
I'm just trying
At
to
the
let you
giddy
know
stage.
where it's from. Okay.
that's what it was. Listening to music and dancing with the dogs.
Okay. Well, luckily his blood alcohol.
I'm going to pause for a second and check out the chat. She's saying that he wasn't drunk either. And this is significant because I think now what the defense wants to say is that the reason she lied about the hide and, or about leaving him or hitting him in the suitcase is because she was afraid, but she wouldn't know to lie about how much he was drinking. And I think she's lying about that because it reflects on her. So, is somebody laughing about something not good? George did ask for help. Yes. CB is saying yes, so she knowingly killed him sober. According to her own words are going to sink her. So we're going to go, let's go back.
Level will show us at the autopsy as well too. So, you know, we have that as well. Okay, so
There was no ill will between the two of us last night.
yeah.
None.
When's the last time you guys have gotten into an argument?
Maybe last week.
Okay. Over just normal relationship stuff, or?
It's a little bit of everything because he and I both are stressing about jobs.
Right.
It's been extremely depressing for him where he worked up here at it used to be an Ace Hardware, but Ace dropped them as a franchise because of how bad the store is going down, and he thoroughly enjoyed his job and everybody he worked with. But it's between stuff like that, and then of course we've got the bills that we have to pay, and I've been having to ask Brian, my former husband, for money to pay for electricity and hot water for Lucas and groceries.
Okay.
So I think that, of course, because he can't support me, has been bothering him, which is why I bought a new puzzle for the two of us to do.
Right.
And that's what we were working on.
She has no money. She can't pay the hydro bill. She can't get hot water for her son. So Brian is put in a position. He is not going to let her go without electricity and hot water because that's going to affect his child. And there's a court order requiring him to hand over his child. So Brian is in a spot. And she is saying, oh, you know, George feels bad because he can't support me. Hello, honey. What year is it? Support your damn self. Sorry, I just had to rant about that.
In the painting.
Okay. Do you guys normally argue often, not often, weekly, every other?
It all depends on like if he had a good day or a bad day kind of thing, where he would just be happy to come home and see me because he knows that it's going to get better. And then most of the time he would go for a drink. and we would sit on the back porch. He would tell me about his day, and we would have a glass of wine, and then kind of start our evening-ish kind of thing, and smoke. But then we would go inside because we're tired of being outside, and then that's when we started to do the art and puzzles, and then listening to music and playing with the dogs. And it's a thing, tag or it kind of thing.
Gotcha. Is there anything he drinks specifically, like his go-to drink, or?
It's honestly whatever it is we can afford,
Okay.
which is why we used to drink, like liquor, but
Right.
like months ago,
Right.
which is why we have the wine.
Okay.
What did you guys make for dinner last night?
He made a pork sandwich with cheese, and what was it that I ate? I think I made a sandwich and some chips.
You guys didn't have to go out and get anything? You had everything there?
Yes.
Like a sandwich, like a deli sandwich, like deli meat sandwich, or do you think you had pork ham? Like a ham?
I made a pork one the other day for me, him, and Lucas,
Mm-hmm.
and they were leftovers, so he
He had that.
made a pork loin sandwich with cheese, and I had there's ham in the
Ham sandwich with chips. Okay.
Does he normally come up to bed, or will he do the typical guy thing where he's downstairs and he'll fall asleep on the couch?
I mean, he's done that before just because of his crappy day that he had, but yes, we sleep in the same bed.
You normally sleep
Yes.
at the same time. Do you guys go to bed at the same time?
Most of the time, yes, but because he's been very excited about looking for a job, he might stay downstairs for half an hour, 45 minutes, and then would come upstairs, and he and I would watch movies together until it was just, okay, there's no more movies that we want to watch. And then we would just turn the lights off and go to sleep.
Last night, when you said you went upstairs, do you have like a ritual that you do prior to going to bed? Like, do you brush your teeth, wash your face, put on TV? Is there any like normal things that you do?
Me and myself?
Hmm?
No. I mean, I'll go upstairs and maybe like rinse my mouth out with Listerine.
Okay. Do you recall what you did last night?
I just got in the bed with the dogs,
Okay.
waiting for him.
And how long do you think you were up waiting for him until you passed out?
I wouldn't say I necessarily passed out.
Oh,
I,
obviously.
yes, he knows too that I'll go upstairs sometime because of how tired I am,
Mm-hmm.
which is why he'll just give me my space a little bit. Maybe I'll watch a show and then he'll come upstairs. So, I mean,
Notice this. For two things. First, she's saying what would normally happen, not what did happen. And she's saying normally he would give her space, not power and control. He is not making sure that he has power and control. When she needs her space, she gets it.
nothing out of the ordinary.
No, I know, but last night, how long do you think it was prior to you falling asleep?
Oh.
Like, how long did you wait up for him?
Maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I mean, I literally, I dozed off, warm in the bed with the dogs, waiting for him.
Okay.
Okay. I didn't even bother turning the TV on. Just got in the bed. He knows too that I would go upstairs because of how tired I am. He knows. Like, I'm mentally exhausted. So,
Who usually gets up first? I mean, are you an early riser, or is he an early riser,
He
or
is.
he's usually an early riser?
yeah, he has to be at work by 8 o'clock, so he'll usually wake up at like 6:30-ish if I don't have Lucas.
How long has he been out of work?
Gosh, maybe, well, he did some odd job stuff up there. But I think his last day was like Friday 2 weeks ago.
So he hasn't worked in about 2 weeks?
Yes.
And during that 2 week period, has he maintained just his body naturally wakes up early, or does he?
Yes, it's his body clock.
Okay. What time is that normally?
Like 6:30, 6:45-ish. But again, if I have Lucas here, I have to take him to school, so we're up at like 6:30. I'm feeling really like weird, guys. Like lightheaded.
Okay.
Like I feel really weird right now.
Do you feel like you're gonna be sick?
No, I'm not sick. Just I don't know.
Do you need food?
I haven't even fed my dogs today. The mice need to be taken care of still. I don't think they have any food. But again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop, so he can use the laptop and then I'll use the laptop afterwards.
So it wasn't, when you woke up this morning, it wasn't out of the ordinary that he wasn't there?
What do
You
you think?
didn't wake up this morning and go, oh, where's George? You woke up thinking, okay, George got up like he normally does before me.
And it's downstairs on the laptop looking for jobs.
You had made a comment earlier that he's losing his teeth.
Yes.
What is
I think we don't know. I think that's one of the things subconsciously that has been really on his mind also, is that he keeps losing his teeth. Like, he just would break off, he lost the whole molar or something in the back the other day while we're eating. And then he keeps talking about how his chest, and I'm blaming it on stress.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that.
This sounds so Corey Richens, how, she's suddenly saying Eric had chest pains. She wants this to be anything other than what it is. So she's bringing up chest pains as if that's going to change the science of any of it.
I don't know what the teeth thing is. I know it can't be a good sign.
You said he got into, you said an argument, but he had a bunch of facial injuries where he had reconstructive surgery.
Yes.
So he and his brother got into
Yes.
a fist fight?
Oh my gosh, it was horrific, yes.
Was it, usually when you have that much damage, it's more than just a fist fight. His brother did him with something?
No, wait till you guys see Mo. Mo is a gorilla. Like, he's...
It is possibly that's what's causing the teeth to get messed up?
Did they have to do work on his teeth or his jaw?
Just his eyes.
His eyes.
Just the orbital sockets?
Yes. Well, and they fixed his nose, too.
Okay. Now, the damage to his eyes, is that still, is it noticeable, or?
No.
Okay, so when they fixed the sockets, they came back and you couldn't tell that they'd been damaged?
I couldn't tell, but his children recognize it, where they say he doesn't look like the same dad.
Okay.
But to me, I never noticed it.
No other damage to the jaw, the forehead, anything like that?
No. It was just his eyes and his nose.
Bless you.
You said he's been complaining of chest pains?
He had mentioned it a couple times, where I'm just blaming it on stress. But again, I kept trying to encourage him, with or without money, go to a walking clinic.
Yeah.
You'll eventually get a bill. But the teeth thing has been worrying me also, and I didn't want to say anything to him about it. But we're in the process of eating dinner, and a tooth comes out. That's scary to me, and a red flag if you ask me.
Well, this is the reason I was asking what you guys had for dinner last night. What is his dietary habits been lately? He looks super thin to me. Now,
Yes.
I don't know George, but he does not look like he's an average
He
weight.
eats, believe it or not, like a horse. Like, he'll eat like 4 or 5 times a day. Again, one of the things that has been concerning me, which you all will be the first people that I actually say this to, is his weight. For the amount of food that he eats throughout the day, how he doesn't gain any weight. He and I and Luke is going up to Publix every time we step on the scale, and he continuously loses weight. Well, I don't even want to step on the scale anymore.
How long has this been going on for?
Months.
So way before losing this job.
Yes. It's been ongoing. I mean, I'm not going to even say months. I can say at least a good year.
Okay.
And he eats like a horse.
And you said you don't know any drug history?
Since I've been with him and known him, he's never done drugs. But I know him growing up in Philadelphia, he had a bad stint with marijuana and alcohol. If and when you talk to his children and or his ex-wife, she will tell you. His family will tell you. But since he's been with me, no, I have not. He's never done drugs on him.
Your phone, is it password protected or
Yes.
touch screen?
It's password protected.
Does George know the password as well?
He doesn't know the code, but he does the face thing.
His face will
Recognition.
on it? Okay.
And the only reason why I have that is because I had lost 2 phones previously where I can't, before I had the passcode was somebody else being able to get into my phone because I lost it twice. So that's the only reason why I have it.
Oh, like that's the reason you put a password on it,
Yes.
just in case you lost your phone?
Yes.
Okay, so do you recall what time you went to bed?
I know that it was after midnight
Okay. How do you know that? Like, what makes you remember that?
because I walked up the stairwell and we have a clock that's on top.
Like, you see it as you're walking up the stairwell?
Yes.
After midnight, does anyone remember what time the last suitcase video was taken? Because she's saying now she looked at a clock. It was after midnight.
We have to turn the corner and it's right here.
Okay. And you don't remember when you went into the shower around what time it was, looking at that same clock?
I didn't shower. I mean, I showered earlier in the day.
No, when you said you hid in the shower when you were playing hide and seek.
Yes.
Did you happen to look at that clock then and see what time it was?
No, I just happened to look up on my way.
Going to bed? Or going into the room?
Yes.
Okay, so it was after midnight. Do you think it was before 1 a.m. though? Was it between midnight and 1 or?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, if I had to say, it was like 12:30-ish.
Okay. Okay, and when you went upstairs, you and George were no longer having a conversation, laughing about the suitcase. You just decided to go upstairs.
No, we were laughing about it.
Okay, so you continued to joke about it as you were going upstairs,
Yeah,
thinking he'll just get himself out, and then.
Yes, that's why I didn't close it all the way. That's why I didn't close it all the way. I'm like, he'll be up here in a minute now. But then, I guess I dozed off. And again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop this morning. Because he gets out of bed before I do, most of the time.
when you put him in or when he got into the suitcase,
Yes.
correct? So the suitcase now, if we're looking at it, what side was his head on when he got into the suitcase and you zipped him? Was his head like on the, if we're looking at
And
it
it's
right?
like this.
Uh-huh.
His head was here. The hole was here.
So his head was closer to where,
Yes.
like when you close it, his head was closer to where it's closed.
No, that's where his head's here. This is him doing the finger thing over here.
Right, so his head is closer to where you can close it. So when you close it, his head is on that side. Or his head is on the opposite side of where you close it. Because there's obviously an open, there's one in the suitcase is open, and then when it's shut. And then obviously the zipper's on opposite sides.
So if you do this, yes,
Mhm.
his head was here, where the zip part was.
Okay. Okay.
But again, that's why I didn't zip it up all the way.
Is there anything else that you think is important for us to know that we haven't asked you?
I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I don't know, again, if he had like a heart attack or an aneurysm or what. Like, I don't know what happened.
Do you keep your phone on you? Like, is it always in your possession?
No. Because it's a community phone between me and him, like if he needs it, most of the time it's on the kitchen counter.
Okay.
Where it's like he knows that's where my phone is, or hey, after you're done talking to Lucas, do you mind if I call my daughters? So
Right.
it's our phone.
No, I get it. I just,
But no, I don't walk around with my phone on me all the time.
okay. Did you bring it upstairs with you when you were going to bed?
No.
No. Okay. So it stays downstairs.
No.
Or is downstairs with him?
Yes, he was downstairs with him. Because that's how I heard my phone ringing, and I knew it was Brian because he called over and over and over and over again, which is what he does.
So you assumed it was him, but you didn't know Brian was calling you, but you assumed it was Brian.
Yes, because he calls back to back to back to back to back to back. Until I eventually finally answer.
Okay. Okay, so your phone was downstairs.
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you promise and swear everything we've talked about has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay.
But may I ask you though, because I was telling you guys about it earlier,
Mm-hmm.
like I don't know if I'm afraid for my life at this point.
I know. But
I'm afraid.
I don't know anything about your guys' history. Like, I don't know, other than the family not liking you, like...
And they get upset because of the drinking. And just the things that we have gone through, and I know that they don't want him to be with me, but he and
Are
I
they gonna tell me that he's an alcoholic?
probably.
Okay. Are they gonna tell me that you're an alcoholic?
They'll say that, but they don't know. They assume
Okay. Why do they say that he's an alcoholic?
because of his track record in Philadelphia and all of the things that he has done. Cars that he's wrecked, ex-wives' cars. He's been divorced twice. And he has, yes, they'll say that.
Okay.
They'll say that, but they don't know. They just assume.
Okay. Well, people have their opinions, okay? You can't not, there's nothing you can do about someone having an opinion and saying something like that. As far as what's going on here, I told you, prior, we don't know what happened. So I understand you feel like they're gonna not accept, what happened and they're gonna think that it's your fault, but at this time, we cannot conclude and say anything differently. I know you talked about you possibly going somewhere else for tonight. You have to do what you have to do to keep yourself safe, but at this point in time, no one has made a threat to you. No one has done anything.
I haven't said anything to him yet.
Right, but we will obviously talk to them, and of course, we're gonna instruct them that this is an ongoing investigation.
I have my son.
Well, your son's with Brian, and is gonna stay with Brian. So, we're gonna cross that bridge when we get to it. I know you're fearful of it now, but nothing has happened to where you're in fear based off past history and what they think of you and how
They threaten me all the time.
Do you have proof, or is it all verbal? Like, would it be in your phone?
No, it's verbal.
Okay.
It's verbal.
So it's he said versus she said, or she said versus she said. So
Yeah, they've been really nasty to me. Really nasty to me.
it's gonna be shock. It's gonna be, everyone handles things differently. We're not gonna leave there with them hooting and hollering.
She's going to
and
class.
being upset.
And then they're gonna all come over here.
Okay. Who's gonna collect? So I don't even know
His mom.
His mom? What's his mom's name?
Blanca.
Is that her government name, or is that just what you call her?
No, I think that's her government name.
And you said she lived around here?
They live down the street.
When's the last time you said he doesn't even really talk to his family because he chose you over them, so when's the last time you've seen them or talked to them?
I believe he did something with his brothers a couple of weeks ago, but I don't go over there.
Okay.
Like,
So if he goes over there, you do not go?
no.
But he did something with his brothers
I'm guessing so. I know that they come up to his job all the time.
when he was working there?
Yes.
Okay.
So
So,
they don't come, they have come over here and have just been completely disrespectful.
okay.
And again, he ended up having to tell them, don't come over here if you're gonna act like that and treat Sarah like that.
Do you know their address?
I have it inside, I know it's Baja Boulevard, but if you go down, what is this up here? Goldenrod, there's a Twisty Tree ice cream place on the right hand side, and you turn down that road, and then you make a left, and then you'll see Baja, and you make a right, and their house is white, and it's fenced in, and it's got a whole bunch of garden flowers.
I'm gonna end my recording, is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
One quick question, just out of curiosity. I'm noticing your front door, it has a bunch of dents in it. What is that from?
When we moved in, they were already there.
'Cause I don't see any other doors with dents like that.
Whoever it was that lived here previously, I know it was a girl, but that was here when we moved in.
This ends the recording 17:47.
I'm going to pause and check the chat for a minute. Sorry, I wish my tech was working better. So I've been missing all your chat. Let me see what's going on here. So much. Yeah, Paul is saying these are all things abusers, not the abused say. Yes. And vilifying the victim's family, making it sound like he's choosing her over the family when she probably isolated him, right? KPM says door was already dented. We don't know what that's from, if that's true or not, but as she goes on and on how we were having a good day, blah, blah, blah. I don't know how they're bringing in battered spouse. And the fact that she was up so late, so far beyond when that suitcase video was taken, that says something. Elisa says we need to meet up for an after sentencing party. Okay, are there any questions? Okay. So I am going to switch back to the trial. Yep, okay. I'm trying not to interrupt too much.
While you were on the scene on February 24th, did you also make contact with Ryan Boone?
Yes, before I spoke to Sarah Boone, yes.
And did you have an opportunity to interview him?
Yes, I did.
While on scene, did you also begin the process of examining the defendant's cell phone?
I did not examine it myself, but we have a waivers and affidavits form that has a consent portion on it. And so I did start doing the paperwork for that.
You obtained consent from the defendant in this case?
Yes, on scene to search through her cell phone.
And what time did you become aware of the videos on her cell phone?
So a digital forensic investigator responded out to the scene, and she responded out a little after 7 p.m. And I would assume she probably started doing, whatever she needed to do. And then a short time later, she came over and got my attention and expressed to me that I needed to look at something in her phone.
And these were the suitcase videos, correct?
Yeah, they were 2 separate videos from the night prior.
When you observed these videos, what actions did you take?
When I observed the videos, I directed the digital investigator to stop processing and downloading her phone any further, and that I was going to write a search warrant for her cell phone.
Did you obtain that search warrant for her cell phone?
Yes, it was signed by a judge the next day.
And when she was obviously able to finish the digital analysis, correct?
Yeah, she was able to get the full download as well. She had already gotten the videos downloaded the night prior, but she was able to do whatever she does to get the full download.
In the course of your interview with the defendant, you were relayed information that I guess she had gone to Publix the previous day. Is that correct?
In the interview?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, well, I'm sorry, in the interview that we just listened to about going to Publix?
In the course of speaking with her, did you learn that she had gone to Publix?
Yes, I was under the impression that that George had gone to Publix.
Did you follow up with that Publix for surveillance video in this case?
Yes, I went to the Publix to gather surveillance video.
And were you able to find that video of them at Publix the previous day?
Yes.
Your Honor, request permission to publish States 2.
You may.
In Sarah's interrogation, she also said that it was George who went because he was being nice. So I think we're going to see both of them go.
And I'm first going to show you the video taken from Publix on February 23rd, 2020 at approximately 12:15 p.m. Graham, using the laser pointer, could you please identify the victim and the defendant on this video?
This is the defendant, and this is the victim.
Sarah is wearing the same clothes that she was wearing the next day. She never got changed.
You can advance the video. Do you see the bottle of wine that was purchased in this video?
Yes, it's right here.
We could move on to the publication of the second surveillance video. Can you identify Mr. Torres for us in this video?
Yes, it's right here.
Is that the second bottle of wine?
Yes.
All right. In the course of your investigation, did you also interview individuals from the apartment complex while they were living?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to also interview their neighbors as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you interview Juan Torres?
Yes, the following day.
And did you attend the autopsy in this case?
Yes, the following morning.
Your Honor, may I approach with the defense?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to fast forward past this approach.
You all may be seated. State, anything we need to address?
No.
Defense. All right, we'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
So I'm going to see if we're behind enough to fast forward to the recess. No. So I am going to go back to chat and see what is going on here. Elle is saying just more evidence of lying. Yeah. So Sarah lied about going to Publix the first time. I think that's really about minimization. I wanted to point out something about Mr. Torres's blood alcohol concentration readings. So we know that the highest point that they know that they're aware of a highest point where his blood alcohol was, and then the point where he had metabolized to, so the point he was at the time of death. And that's half the amount. That the way that blood alcohol metabolized can only mean two things. One possible explanation is that he was inside the suitcase for 5 hours before he died. I tend to doubt that, but I'm not a medical doctor. I don't think he would survive that long. But anyway, so that's one possible conclusion you could draw from that. The other possible conclusion is that he stopped drinking about 5 hours prior to time of death, and both of those explanations are horrible for Sarah, right? So they're trying to use his blood alcohol to sort of vilify him, but it's actually going to backfire if anybody sits down and thinks about it. Pammy Brooke is saying, I don't understand why she would lie about that, about going to Publix or not. I think it's all about how people perceive her. That is more important than anything. Yeah, Amondo saying Sarah's caught in a web of her own lies. NRH is saying, I resent the defense trying to say that George could stretch or reposition in that suitcase. No kidding. That's ridiculous. Alicia is saying, I don't care if his blood alcohol level was like 10,000%. She didn't get to decide whether he lived or not. And I agree with you 100%. Vicinator is going with on the side of he stopped drinking. He wouldn't last 5 hours in the suitcase. But it also trashes Sarah's narrative of, but he was so drunk. And he, she does a lot of this. It's everybody else's fault, right? NRH is saying, I also resent the fact that the defense was trying to say he'd had a heart attack. Yeah, that was ridiculous. That's throwing mud in the water. Okay, Your Honor, or dear jury, if these facts weren't present, then it would mean something that we want it to mean. What? If not for the fact that she suffocated him and beat him, put that aside, would you have said the cause of death was something else? Well, he probably wouldn't be dead, right? That was irritating. Oh,
hey everybody, thank you so much for watching our Sarah Boone trial coverage. Now guess what?
Sorry.
This isn't Sarah
I'm going to
Boone's
mute this. So Cat Lady says, we know Sarah called Brian that morning saying her bank account was negative, so he gave her the money. Well, and Cat Lady, you're saying he gave her the money for the alcohol. But what she told Brian, and what she also said, was she needed money for the arts and crafts. So she got money from Brian to buy the puzzles and stuff, according to Sarah's own statement. Obviously, she got money for alcohol. And that's the other thing. She's calling Brian, giving him a sob story. We got no food. We need hot water, blah, blah, blah. Does it not occur to her to just take care of her own self? So NRH is pointing out that even Sarah says that she beat his finger so he couldn't get out. Yet the jury is now, thank goodness, hearing. But I left a space for him, and I expected him to come upstairs. Not a hint of her being afraid. And she has no problem saying, hey, I fear for my life from his family, but she doesn't say I fear for my life because of Mr. Torres. And if there had been something really terrible, wouldn't she have said it was really terrible? I got him in there and then I was afraid and it was an accident. Like, she could have said that. Oops. Oh boy. Whoa, I lost you guys for a second. I don't know what happened. Okay. Captain Katie says she also did not leave the phone downstairs. Yep. George couldn't have used it without her inputting the code or using her face to unlock. Yeah. And that, I think, is going to come out during the interrogation. Sorry, I had to go. My tech is such a mess today. So somebody's saying 911 can be called without unlocking the phone. Well, but the only two people in the apartment, I mean, one is deceased, and if he wasn't, he's inside a suitcase, and the other one doesn't want to call 911, right? Juno points out, and she called Brian that night. Correct. I think she was up trying to figure out what to do. Captain Katie saying, well, she could have called Brian while still on the couch. Yeah, that's possible. Marie's saying, I bet she will say she lied to the police because she was afraid of the family. If they knew it as intentional, they would kill her. That's possible. But why lie about who's going to Publix? Where's the third wine bottle? Why? I mean, I don't know. She's talking to the police. I mean, the family knows she's responsible one way or another. So, I don't know. Brian told her 3 times to call 911. Yep. The other thing I was thinking of too, she said she tried CPR. She claimed about the gurgling sound, like even in this interview with Chelsea. But we know now that gurgle happened during the 911 call, not before the 911 call, right? So the other thing I noticed too is if Mr. Torres had blood on his mouth, I mean, if she'd given artificial respiration or even attempted it, why is there not blood on her mouth, right? Why is she not spitting? I mean, they didn't tell her on the 911 call to give him AR, and maybe, I don't know, maybe she knows that people just do chest compressions and without the AR, but I would have expected to see some blood on her clothes or on her face or something. KPM is pointing out George's hands were on his stomach and hip. Means probably no CPR there. Mel says the defense opening said she lied about everything to the police in all interviews because she was scared of what the police would think. She had no problem saying to the police, you don't understand, he comes at me. She also wanted to present herself as the savior of Mr. Torres. I'm helping him to this day, she says. This is why I'm here, being interrogated because I killed him. Oops. Yeah. So yeah, she's going to claim that. But is that her claim for the last 4.5 years too? And it was a good day. Why be so insistent? We know it wasn't a good day. She's lying to protect her own self-image. She's lying to protect herself. We know that. I think the jury is going to see through that. What do you think? Matuko says George's brother sounded completely rational in his dislike for her. Yeah. Yes, she yelled at the police to emphasize her points. Yeah, she stood up to the police multiple times at the station to yell. She was not afraid of the police. Yeah, I'm thinking Captain KD, the station interview will be next as well. Yeah, toe beans. You're bringing up the pillows. Yes. So there was only one pillow on the bed upstairs. And Chelsea was saying, well, there were pillows down on the floor next to the closet. And I actually wanted to know what you guys think of that. There was also a pillow found there's a little piece of furniture behind that suitcase, and they found a pillow there that had blood on it. And that looked like a pillow from a bed. It didn't look like a decorative pillow. So, and that wasn't there in the suitcase video. It was there in the CSI video. So that's interesting to me. I wonder where that came from. And Sarah's explanation for why there was only one pillow on her bed and the other ones were on the floor, Sarah didn't really explain very well. So what do you guys think that means? Elle is saying she had no problem telling the police he beat her up when he was previously arrested. She could have easily said the same thing this time. Yeah. Hiya, Scully. She liked flirting with the police in previous videos. She was not scared of them. Yeah, because she was using them.
Case number 2020
here we go.
2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State.
Nate Charlotte at the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Miss Boone. Tommy Henderson for Miss Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same clothing from this morning. She is in custody but not wearing any restraints. So again, we'll continue to stand when our jury enters and exits. I believe we're getting to the part of the state's presentation with the recorded interview on February 25, correct?
Correct.
And what do we need to address with regard to that in advance, if anything?
Judge, I believe it's identified as state's exhibit for identification. S as in Sam.
Okay.
And I believe that's the 2-hour interrogation video that I had filed the pretrial motion to suppress, which the court had denied, but contemporaneously I want to make that objection.
Okay, understood. Any other objections?
No, sir.
Okay. It was edited based on the court's granting of the motion in limine, defense's motion in limine prior to trial. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And a copy of the edited version was provided to the defense, I believe, on the first day of jury selection.
That's true.
Okay. And I'm assuming the video that's going to be provided to our jury this afternoon is that exact same video?
Yes.
Do you want me to read the 2.2 instruction?
Okay, so the reason Owens is objecting contemporaneously is just to get that on the record and preserve the record. And we've just learned it looks like we're going to see the whole thing except for the edits. And the motion in limine was in respect to a section, that section where they were discussing how Sarah was asking to use the bathroom of the neighbors, and the neighbors said, yeah, she went around drunk all the time. And then she tried to tell the police, oh, when the witness said something she didn't like, she goes after the witness by saying, oh, well, you know, he's here illegally, which, I mean, may or may not be true, right? So there is that. That is being taken out. The other thing that is being taken out is the police saying to her, well, you know, you're responsible. And she says, I've thought about that. So let's keep going.
Prior to it being played after it being received into evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Which instruction is that?
That's the instruction on edited recording.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else we need to address state before we bring back in our jury?
Mr. Beck, Mr.
Your Honor, if I may real briefly.
Appearances, sir.
Contemporaneous objection?
No. I was going to talk about the reports that the court referenced in the last sidebar before the jury was brought in this afternoon.
Fine. Let me just get your appearance, Mr. Beck.
I'm sorry, yes. Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Yes, sir.
There was a discussion regarding these depositions that were going to be taken this afternoon of the defense witnesses that were recently noticed. I do have some concerns about the court having indicated to defense that if we had reports, things of that nature, we should share those with the state to the extent that those reports were generated by our investigator there, potentially work product privilege. And so we're happy to work with the state, cooperate with the state, give them what we can, but I want to.
Okay, this is new. So the defense has witnesses that have not yet been deposed, and now they're deposing them like today. And they were going to work with the state, or they're supposed to work with the state, because this shouldn't be happening after jury selection. This should not be happening mid-trial. Like, they're really getting a lot of gifts here. And this lawyer, Beck, for the defense, is now arguing that maybe he doesn't want to share those notes and all of that because it's work product of the defenses, and therefore it's privileged. Well, I don't know how you're going to get around that unless, you know, they're taking a break to allow the state to also depose these witnesses. So this is going to be interesting, this little argument.
Expressly state that we are not waiving the work product privilege by providing whatever information we can to allow this process to move forward.
Understood. I'm not seeking to have you turn over anything to the state that may be protected by any attorney-client or work product privilege. My takeaway was there's something that could be provided. If it can, fantastic. If it can't, the court's ruling from previously still remains. Since we have an opportunity to revisit our list during the lunch break, did you have an opportunity, Mr. Owens, addressing the USB to CD conversion for any evidence to be provided or sought to be introduced by the defense?
My understanding is that Mr. Billy Lane was going to go to Staples or somewhere and purchase one of those DVDs, CDs, or whatever it is that makes the conversion. So we anticipate it will be done that way.
Okay, excellent. All right. Anything else we need to address then before we bring back in our panel state?
Not for the city.
Defense. All right, let's stand and bring back in our panel. State, you recognize our jury.
I do, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated. Members of the jury, again, if you could just raise your hands to confirm you complied with the court's instructions. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Thank you very much. State, you may continue.
On February 25th of 2020, did you set up a follow-up interview with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I did.
And that was after you had attended the autopsy that morning, correct?
The interview, the follow-up interview was to be conducted after the autopsy. Not necessarily set up, but it was.
Was that interview recorded?
Yes, it was, audio and video.
And where did that interview take place?
Central Operations at the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness what's been marked for identification as states S and shown to the defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states S. Tell me, do you recognize that disc?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is this disc?
This is the follow-up interview conducted on February 25th, 2020 at Orange County Central Operations with the defendant, Sarah Boone.
And does it fairly and accurately represent the interview that took place between yourself and the defendant?
Yes,
And is that your initials on this disc?
it is, yes.
And you had an opportunity to review it prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states S into evidence.
The only objection is from the previous pretrial issues.
The state will, or court will receive an evidence that was pre-marked as states S over objection as states Exhibit 20.
And Your Honor, I request permission to publish.
Momentarily. Members of the jury, I have an instruction to read to you before the Exhibit 20 is published to you. Members of the jury, you are about to view and listen to a video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view, listen to, and consider this evidence.
I want to check in with chat for a second here because I want to ask you, almost everybody here has already seen this interview, and some of you have seen it repeatedly. And it's different now, seeing it in retrospect. I mean, I looked at it way early on before she wrote her letters, before I knew anything, right? Do you want me to be stopping and commenting, or do you want me to just play it straight through since you already know what's in it? So I'm just going to wait till somebody responds. Let me know what you want me to do with this. Cat Lady's seen it at least 20 times. We need to pretend we know nothing like the jury. Ashes is saying yes. Not sure what that means. KPM is saying comment. Castro, you're saying it's up to you. It's your channel. Well, I wouldn't have a channel without an audience. Oh, okay. I'm getting a real mix. Comment and straight through. I'm getting more comment than not. Okay. So you know what? If I have comments that I think I haven't made before, I'll mention it. This is interesting because it's in a new light. We'll see. Oh, I don't know. So many of you are saying, comment, don't comment. It's hard to tell. Okay, I won't comment a lot, but if there's something that stands out in respect to like battered spouse, I think I'll bring it up. Still want to get you out of here at a reasonable time too.
Sure. So obviously, you received his autopsy. So
I'm gonna read you your rights again because we have to talk about that and talking about the incident. We just have to do it, just like we did yesterday. Just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights? Your rights? Yeah, just the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them to you, okay? Alright, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me? No. And do you understand what I just read you? Yes. Perfect. Okay. So this morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So I want so he's got scratch marks to his back. I know that. Okay. And it's called a contusion. Do you know what a contusion is? So like basically you're getting hit and then you have to get a mark from it. You'll get bruising. Like someone hit you or something like that. It's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had a cut near his like lip. We could see his mouth was a little. I have swollen. Okay.
I also too, he fell off my son's bike.
Okay.
So I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall or the halter. So I.
Okay. What about the scratches?
So when she's saying here, never laid a hand on him, she's doing this, he runs into walls in the hall tree. Now I'm looking at this in the context of what she's potentially going to be saying to the jury and how the jury is going to view this. So now we're not looking at, is she an abuser or not, right? Because that's the thing. Oh, they ran into the wall all the time, blah, 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 right? It's not even, if this is about the jury. So if the jury sees her lie here, and they know now she's lying because he did have a whole pile of injuries and they saw those injuries with their own eyes. And now they're seeing her do this after they've seen those injuries. And I think the fact that they know that going into this interrogation video, I think that matters. I think it makes a difference on when you see something. So they're going in knowing, yeah, he does have injuries. And the ME said all those injuries occurred at the same time. So it's not like he ran into a wall a week ago.
And there's also sex? Yes. Okay. Because there's also like a scratch on like the back of his neck. Like kind of like going, but it's like going straight across.
I have no idea what that's from.
And they're all recent, like they occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, the night leading up. So when it was,
in all honesty, we have not gotten into it.
Okay.
That's why, the only thing I thought you guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to ask you anyway, are the scratch marks on his back.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over the house too, so.
But your son was there when? When was he last there?
Oh gosh.
My understanding is there last Tuesday?
I don't know if it was Tuesday. But yes, he was there last week, so.
Well, we're talking about Sunday. We're just talking about what occurred Sunday. Because like I said, the injuries they occurred within that time period.
So you're talking about day before yesterday?
Sunday leading into Monday. You called it yesterday at 1, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior.
Correct.
So we're talking about Sunday, and then it's Monday.
I'm thoroughly confused because we had a good time sitting on the back porch having wine and smoking a couple of cigarettes and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play, and listen to music. That's why nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind-blowing to me. I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody. He also had, like on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on like his head and skull. I have no idea, as if something hit him.
So notice, not only is she lying, obviously the jury knows that now, that there's no way she doesn't know what happened, right? And they're gonna know when she claims he took his finger out and she hit him with the bat, right? They're gonna know. So not only is it's not like she's lying because she's afraid of the police, so she mumbles, I don't know. She's not just doing that. She's emphatically lying. It's mind-blowing, she's saying. Thoroughly confused.
I consider not touched him. I have not touched him. I have not touched him.
And how would you get those injuries?
Tell me, we'll both know. I have not touched him. Yesterday, when we took photographs of your overall body, and they did the buccal swabs, did they go under your fingernails? No. Okay. Are you willing to let us absolutely swab underneath your fingernails? Go for it. Okay. I have no idea, and I don't want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea. We had a good day. Mm-hmm. It was a good day. We've had good days lately. Mm-hmm. Even considering everything that's going on with our jobs and life in general and ex-wives and everything. It's been good. Like, I don't even know where this is coming from.
Just destroying battered spouse, right? Battered spouse would be the tension is building up. I'm afraid all the time. Things were getting worse. But no. Oh no, it's been good lately. So it's not just a good day. It's been good lately.
Yeah, I think the last physical was probably, you said, I think, what, a month ago? Where you got the injury, right? You said that was a few weeks, give or take, yeah. A few weeks. That was the last, like, physical altercation between the two of you? Maybe a month ago, it was a curtain rod. Yeah, it was a curtain rod. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either. Like, we've been good. I don't know if, like, it's since the last time he got out of jail. Like, we've been good. He's been having his classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So.
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
The probation officer?
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I.
The defense is going to capitalize on that right there and use that.
Sleep or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. I don't know if you talk to Brian about any of that, but most of the time when I sleep, I go over there. So, right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday, there was the last incident that you could remember was the curtain rod incident, which you said was a month ago, so give or take. Right. So what do you mean by he comes after you? Like, he gets belligerently drunk. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken. Mm-hmm. And at one point, I started documenting everything. Okay. So you all will see in my pictures, bloody fingers, split forehead, he split my nose. I've got this. Right. I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have almost what? I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad, where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards and then tend to it. And then poke me in the back of the leg. Right.
So notice she says he poked me in the back of the leg, not he stabbed me. So that makes me wonder what the real story is. And because it's her, of course, I'm going to wonder what the real story is. But you know that the jury's hearing this without knowing context, without having heard her gazillion letters and all her personality. And you know that the defense is going to milk this for everything it's worth. And if Sarah is given the opportunity, she will exaggerate and play the woe is me to the ends of the earth if she can.
Then why are you still with him?
Everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can help him. Like I feel like I could help him, which I did because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with. I've really helped him. I bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state, I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him, because I had hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying. Just, and then he starts to think about things, and I think he gets overwhelmed, and then it's like, next thing you know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is going to go, so I'm going to go upstairs and read a book. Or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else. Or I don't want to drink. I don't.
Okay, defense is going to capitalize on this too. And I want to say why that's important. So DV victims they get good at predicting. So they can either predict that the tension is building up, right? Or they know what the triggers are, whether that's alcohol, whether that is stress with the ex-partner, a family member, stress at home or at work. They're good at predicting. And one of the things that happens is the victim says, okay, I know it's coming. So it's usually she, but he can be the victim too, gears up and starts taking steps or starts thinking about protection, right? Or that person's anxiety goes up. What is interesting to me is that she says she goes upstairs and reads a book. So she notices the tension and she goes and reads a book. Well, if he is the abuser and that tension is rising within him, then doesn't matter what she does. Her going to read a book isn't going to prevent that, isn't going to cut off that tension building. And so often she speaks as if people are objects, and there are times she speaks like Mr. Torres is some extension of herself, like they're really enmeshed. And I suspect that the tension is building up in her. And so she goes to read a book. And she'll later talk about too much together time and all of that. She is able to escape and he's not pursuing her. So all of this, I know where it's going, where she's saying that, well, if that was true, if it really was escalating, there is nothing that she is going to be able to do that's going to just stop that or short circuit that. If there was some guarantee of that, nobody would ever get victimized because all the victims would just put a stop to it if it was that easy. It isn't. So the tension is her. I think I'm babbling. I'll keep going.
I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend. That's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do. He doesn't know how to, I guess, maintain himself where I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that. He didn't process like that. So he would literally, not literally, but have smoke come out of his ears. So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So the majority of the time, I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to drink. And every time, his job broke his heart. And it made me sad because he had so much pride in his job. And the store that he took care of so much totally went downhill. And that broke his heart because he had put so much work and effort into fixing it up. And his manager was...
Sorry, you know what I just noticed that I hadn't noticed before? In the interview in the car, on the day of all of this, when she was talking about his job, she wasn't doing all this, like really upset. It was very matter of fact. And all of a sudden, she's like, oh, all of a sudden there's like this emotion. Because I hadn't listened to those two things back to back, I completely missed this. So she's faking. She knows to put on a show.
Awful. And basically gave up on all of the employees. So I think that had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much. His ex-wife is bonkers. She was all over him all the time. Spending money, spending money, spending money. How can I spend money when I don't have a job? And he's still trying to take care of me and Lucas by paying a bill here or there, getting some groceries. So he always had something on his mind, which is why, again, I got the puzzles and the things to try and get him off of it so he don't have a drink, or he doesn't have a drink.
So she is saying today, got the puzzles and the painting, so I don't have a drink, so we don't have a drink. She kind of flubbed that up there, right? So that the purpose of the painting was so that he wouldn't drink. But yesterday in the video interview done just the evening before, she said that they drank wine while they were doing arts and crafts. So obviously the purpose wasn't to take their mind off it. She just makes up whatever story suits her that day.
You all see my phone. You can see all of the damage he has done to me and the videos of him smashing my television because he's belligerently drunk. Well, most of the time, I just don't want to be him. And I try to help him. I try to calm him down. Eventually, he just passes out.
Well, yesterday made it sound like you guys were just drinking like a glass or two. Like, yeah, you obviously had the bottle, but you told me on recording, like, that you were not drunk, he was not drunk, you guys were having a good time.
I can't get drunk. Number one, I do not want to get drunk. I don't like being non-complimented, having my wits about myself. I don't like feeling out of control. So,
I'm just saying, you're making it sound like he's a raging alcoholic today, and yesterday I was kind of asking you those questions, and you're like a little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics, we are not, you know, but you guys were both sober on Sunday, to your knowledge, because when I said you went and passed out, you were like, no, I didn't pass out, I just fell asleep. So now it's kind of like, what is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand and it got physical?
No.
Or is it...
Sunday was one of the better days that we have had in quite some time. He's dancing with my dog. You can see that too on the pictures, him loving the dog. He loves the dog and dancing around, having a good time, just being happy kind of thing. He doesn't know, I can get like maybe 2-3 glasses of wine and I'll be fine. But I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect.
Well, let's talk about Sunday. What was Sunday? How were you? Like, how many glasses of wine did you have? How many glasses of wine did he have? The bottle was gone. I mean, I don't know if you poured any out. Yes.
No, that was from previous.
You said that there was a half bottle left over.
Mm-hmm.
And then, that you had wine. Well, I don't even know how did you guys get the wine for Sunday?
I'm guessing he went to Publix.
Does he like leave the house and you stay home, or do you go to Publix? Like, cause
I'll go with him.
Okay. Did you go with him Sunday to Publix?
So most of the time what happens is, because The convenience store where we get cigarettes is here, and then Publix literally is cattywampus to it. So what he'll do is he'll start, go by Publix, and then on the way back, catch the convenience store. So
what you did Sunday?
I'm guessing that's what he did, because next thing I know, he's walking in with pot.
Okay.
So it's him trying to be nice, so I don't have to go out and do it. Plus, there's stuff that around the house that I have to take care of. So that's usually what will happen. Or I'm folding laundry, he'll go run out and do whatever.
So, where were you guys at on drunkenness, not drunkenness on Sunday? You told us you weren't drunk.
No, I was not drunk. I was not drunk. So with him, I don't know. I know when it's like, oh, okay, man, where I have told him, slow down. It's starting to catch up with you. Slow down. Slow down.
Bless you.
And another thing too is I don't like listening to music with him because he gets too involved in the music, and the music that he listens to is a little rough on the edges, and like just it makes me fractious listening to his music. So I kept asking him, let's just you and me talk. You and me will just be the ones that are talking, which was fine because I mean we were playing with a dog, whatever, and then it's like, okay, now let's do the painting. We just did the puzzle, took a break, now let's do this. Sure enough, that dog, we're sitting in there talking, laughing, talking about new movies, we're watching movie trailers while we're doing painting and all that other stuff. So it's still background noise to him, because I think that's what he's used to, is having background noise. For me, I can sit in here all day with not a peep. But he always has to have some kind of background noise, which I didn't mind because the trailers were cool. And he was interested in showing them to me, getting excited about movies that were out or upcoming.
Okay. So on your laptop, you know?
Okay. And then it reached, it was...
You said it was a good day, like, you guys didn't have any conversations about your relationship, you guys didn't go down, like, the rabbit hole, like, had too many to drink, and you guys started getting...
No, when I tell you this, it made me so happy that he actually listened to what I had to say, with just, we'll get through it. This will be fine. It's a small hurdle that you and I together will get through, because...
I'm talking about the money, job, stress.
Yes.
Nothing relationship-wise, though. Like, no issues, like, did you guys have a conversation about your relationship, or was it just about,
just
like,
what's going on right now?
Got it.
I try to evoke it from him so he gets it off his chest, because I call him the volcano, where eventually he's going to erupt.
Right.
And what he has learned in his classes is to communicate, which is a huge thing in a relationship, where he has...
So, the defense is going to use this whole volcano thing. And anybody who's been in a relationship like that is going to be able to relate to somebody who is a volcano. She also says she tries to evoke it, and she is some sort of a relationship expert, or what did somebody else call her? I can't remember off the top of my head, but she's, like the teacher. She's micromanaging right down to what he should think and what he's learning in classes. And this is where things like those classes, things like anger management, things like therapy, where the therapist doesn't know that there's violence in the relationship, or the therapist doesn't have experience with domestic violence, this is how it can be dangerous, because the abuser will take the things that the therapist said, or what somebody learned in a class, or something, I don't know, that they read in a psych magazine or whatever, and use that to manipulate the victim. What I'm seeing here is the very real potential that she is gaslighting him, that she is using his own classes and all of this against him, psychologically manipulating him. That is what I'm seeing. The other thing I want to mention before I continue is she was talking about the music, and she doesn't like, he gets so involved in his music. One of the things that wasn't talked about a lot throughout this trial is that Mr. Torres was an artist in his own right, and he was a musician. Later on in this interview, Sarah is going to tell the detectives, I knew him better than he knew himself. But if she knew him at all, she would understand that as a musician, he would hear music differently. Yes, he would be very involved. And those of you who have played an instrument for any length of time, if you've gotten anywhere with it, you understand that when you hear music as a musician, it is not background noise. Your brain is sort of analyzing and deconstructing that music. So you enjoy it differently and everything. So she does not understand him. She's all about her.
And practicing communication. So he actually talks to me about things and unburdens himself. Put it on me. I'll sit there and try and figure it out for you. Like I have almost everything. Mm-hmm. Not a worry. Just tell me. Get it out of you. Right. But it was, when I tell you, I was so happy. Like it was such a good day. I kid you not. The weather was beautiful outside. I'm the one that had him go inside so we can do puzzles and painting, listen to music or whatever else he wants to do. So then he starts doing whatever it is we're doing together in the living room. And then start talking because I think he gets comfortable with, okay, you know what, we're here, it is a good day. Let me go ahead and explain myself. So I know. Nobody else knows, but I know. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself. And I tried in every way, shape, and form. Ask everyone. I helped him. I took care of him. I miss him a lot, and I didn't even sleep last night. I miss him a lot. I mean, is there any chance it got to be too much for you and you couldn't handle taking care of him? And I never stopped. I never stopped. That's what I'm here for. I never stopped. I'm here now and I'm still trying to help him. Yeah, we just don't. I mean, it's unexplainable.
Do you see what I mean? Like, she's showing all this emotion. I'm still trying to help him. He's dead. What is it you're trying to do? The only one she's trying to help is herself. The emotion is about herself. Helping him means helping herself. He is not a real person, and I don't know that he ever was to her. And I think anyone in a relationship with somebody like this is at risk.
How he got these injuries, and I had no idea. You were the only one with him.
100% right hand to God. I have no idea how he got them. Nobody touched anybody. Nobody touched anybody.
Nobody touched anybody. And you know what? I don't know if there's anyone religious on the jury, but right hand to God, she's willing to invoke the name of God. Some people would say that invoking the name of God like that when you're lying borders on blasphemy. So I don't know how the jury's going to take that. No, having seen the suitcase video and having heard that she's drunk and seeing those autopsy results before watching this interrogation, I'm glad the prosecution did this presentation of evidence in the order that they did, because I think it makes a difference.
You had mentioned that you would take photos, videos, kind of like a proof and just in general. Yeah, I did documenting at one point, but that was way before I think the last time that he got arrested, where he was flying off the deep end. But then I had him bailed out. I got him out of jail. Right. But because he had violated the pretrial diversion, this time it's probation, so you don't have a choice in it. You have to go see your probation officer. You have to go to these classes. It's court order. Mm-hmm. Where it took them a while to get used to it and understand, they're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I say she's wonderful. That's one of my questions to need to talk to you about. Hugged me and said how much she knows that I take care of it. She called me personal one time when George was at work, when he was working. 42-minute phone call. She and I just saying how grateful she is that George has me. And she knows how hard I'm working to help him, just as she is and just as the classes will. So once he started actually going on a regular basis to the probation officer, and then to his substance abuse class and his, I don't know what BIP stands for, battery intervention program, and actually listening to what it is everyone had to say, he changed. Like I could see a change in him, where before lashing out, he would think about it. And would always come home and show me his papers, and we would look over his papers together. So it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show him, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. Because for a video that he watches, to make him feel that way, where it's like, oh man, I have done her wrong. But he's changed. He changed.
And that's why you're still with him, even though he's done all these things to you. And
when I tell you I love him, I love him.
But when you love somebody, you have to.
Everybody tells me that. All my neighbors tell me that. The office, property manager.
At some point, somebody gets enough, then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just.
Here it is. Here is the out. This Detective Lowen is giving her an out. Sometimes you get to the point where you just have to defend yourself. And she is denying it. This makes her defense harder.
And I don't know if you would like to see it on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop. I actually, because, and you have to understand too, I have, like, prior to classes in PO, take him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
But you also went down and down.
I know.
The next day.
I know. Was that your laptop? What was I going to tell you? Oh, previously, I actually looked up how to file a restraining order.
okay.
Because I would take him out, his parents, because of them constantly having to take him back in, his bags of clothes, all his stuff. The last time, the father came out and irate and just not even, I don't even know if he knew Lucas was in the car. Just opened the back of my car and started throwing all his crap and just throwing it, like the car would jostle, he was throwing all his stuff. At that point, because I continually did it.
So she takes her son to Mr. Torres's parents' house after having kicked him out a bunch of times, right? She is going to the Torres home, not George coming to her, not George stalking her going to the parents' house with her child in the car to boot, right? And she said here, the dad's throwing his clothes in the car like they're sick of this. And she says, because I kept doing it. I kept doing it. She kept going back to get him. So if she's going to argue battered spouse, this is going to make it tough because it's her going after him not letting her go. Not sure if I explained that well there, But I think you get my drift. I think people who do in the chat can explain it to each other.
Not continually, they maybe did it 3 times. And he has nowhere else to go. They got fed up and said, nope, either you're staying there or you're staying here. But if you're staying here at their place, it's permanent. You're not going back over there anymore. So what happens is, he pursues me. So, I don't know if y'all know where Katie Lake Trail is. Okay, so it's literally right there from our apartment. Would ride his bike to work, but before he would leave extra early and come up to the wall, stand on top of his bike, poke his head over, because he would know that I would be outside having my morning cigarette and cup of coffee. And I would also know too what time he would get off of work, where I would know, come get off of work, you can do the same thing. So it's not like I ever got like a break from him. Where
she knows what time he gets off of work. And she's just described how she keeps going over there and picking him up. And now she says, so what happened was, so he pursued me. Because she knows that she has to make it seem a certain way. And she knows what time he's getting off work. And victims know, okay, this is the perpetrator's pattern. So I know he gets off of work, at 3 o'clock, and he works, over here by where my bank is. Well, you know what? I'm going to make sure that I don't go to my bank around the same time I know he's going to be in the area at 3 o'clock, right? You make sure you go at a different time. What does she do? Instead of taking some step to avoid him, and if he's doing that and she doesn't want it and he knows that, he shouldn't do it, right? But she goes and sits outside knowing what time he's going to be there so she can have an interaction with him.
I told you all yesterday, or whenever it was, I started to feel that it was too much togetherness. And when you have too much togetherness, friction happens. So I'm going to go ride my bike. I'm going to go upstairs and read a book. But every waking moment he wants to be with me. So, and mind you, our townhome is either upstairs or downstairs. So it's like, if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop, look at some jobs, you're more than welcome to. I'm just going to be upstairs and watching one of my shows or maybe reading a book. So, and then when that would happen, we really needed that. So what's for dinner?
So again, she wants this space, or she's suggesting that too much together time is bad. So she's the one dictating how the relationship's going to go. She is, I think, sort of creating a dependence almost, right? And she is also the one saying, okay, we're going to, you go downstairs, you stay downstairs. This is what you're going to do. This is what I'm going to do. Well, if he was so in need or so adamant and so controlling that they be together all the time, he wouldn't be sitting downstairs watching a movie. He'd be coming upstairs saying, no, I told you to come downstairs. Who is the boss here? It is not him. And the relief expressed after having the alone time is her relief, not his. I'm not saying that he wasn't relieved, but the tension buildup that she describes is in her own self. And again, this goes to her being the primary aggressor, not him. But she's going to try and gaslight everybody.
And then we would cook together and eat dinner and then crawl in the bed and watch a movie.
Are you talking about this is recent? I don't know, you kind of lost me. When what
It was a little while ago.
Now you're talking about tension building up and that you need space. So have you been feeling that way lately, or
No.
Okay.
No. My thing is too, so you all know, I hate that you can't talk to her, but Dee, his ex-wife, when I say a monster, she's a monster. She withholds their children from speaking to him. So he gets upset about that, and then she's like completely berates him about money, about father that he is, what he did to her, all this other stuff. It doesn't matter. I mean, mind you, this is not like a recent, but, which is why he doesn't even bother calling anymore, because he knows if she's going to answer, he's going to have to talk to her, so therefore he can't talk to his daughter. The one time he talked to her, made her talk to Cookie. That's on my cell phone too, so you can see it. It doesn't matter, like, it doesn't matter.
What does she have to do though with anything about what happened Sunday into Monday? Like,
No, I'm just saying, like, previously, why the incidents, what happened is she played a big part in it.
okay.
On top of job, and money, and groceries and all that.
Okay.
Sunday, when I tell you this, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Is there anybody else at the house?
Nope, it's just me and him.
Since talking yesterday, do you remember any like timelines better? Like what time you guys were playing? What time he was zipped up in the luggage? What time he
I
went
told you,
upstairs?
we started because we cleaned the house a little bit, did some laundry.
You started the activities around 4, you said?
Yes, around 4:30ish, and then,
You just said that it was dark when you were playing hide and seek, and I'm just curious
Yeah.
if you remember.
but when we were outside, that's where we would start, and talk about things, and then eventually I was the one that had to come inside, so we.
How much time do you remember what time that was, is what she's asking?
And you said you went up to bed around midnight, fell asleep around 12:30ish. But those were the only times I have. So I have 4 and I have midnight. So there's a big gap. So I'm just curious, like, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower, or
Like when we started to play, right?
yeah.
Well, we went inside probably about half a day. We were out there too long. Maybe about 6-ish. Then,
You're talking for me and not outside, like, okay.
well, we have 2 beach chairs that are out there.
Right.
Just enjoy the weather.
Gotcha.
Plus it's starting to get dark and gnats and mosquitoes.
Yeah.
So, let's go inside. I don't want to be out here anymore.
Okay.
Alright, let's go. So we're doing whatever. We did it for a while because that puzzle, I don't know if they took it or they saw it. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it. Started to paint. Well, started listening to music for a little bit. Started to paint. Can we turn the music off? No problem. Started to top, paint, whatever. Maybe, gosh, I was going through the virtual math probably a good hour and a half. So 8 o'clock-ish?
Is when I went outside upstairs originally?
No, that's when we were like painting. So then it's like, okay, well, I don't want to paint anymore. Let's just, come on. Okay, you want to hide and seek? What he does is, okay, tag your it. We're so like, okay, we know. Okay, take off. That's what we did.
And then you went upstairs, and then he didn't come up, and you came down. And the suitcase was there originally because you guys were planning to do donations, so it was already there. Have you guys ever played you said you played hide and seek like probably 3 times in your relationship? When you have played, have you ever zipped him up in a suitcase prior?
No.
Okay. So it was just kind of like that prop was there, and it was there,
Yes.
and it was in play because.
Why do you say it like that, though?
I would never do that.
You would never zip them up in a suitcase?
Well,
I mean, we were playing.
No, I know,
That
but
time, but
I'm saying, I was talking about hide and seek, which is a game, so.
the suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back. If you, I know the CSI people saw our closet. Our closet needs to be cleaned out really bad. My son's clothes need to be cleaned out really bad because they don't fit him anymore, and I'm tired of looking at them. So he took it upon himself, including that suitcase, to take it downstairs so we can get all of our clothes, our donations and everything, and just leave the whole thing by the clothing and shoe thing at my son's school.
No, I'm just asking, in the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not, but obviously I understand, you know, you're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter, you were laughing, he was laughing. But what I'm just asking is in the past, like, is it something that you guys normally do?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We were actually this last game running out of space to hide because we have a townhome where it's upstairs or downstairs. So,
Okay, so do you remember making any videos or maybe having any any photos, videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday? No?
I think I took a picture of a dog.
Okay. But your phone is password protected, you have the password, he has the facial recognition, so it's not like someone else could be on your phone.
No, I have both.
But you have the face and the password?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he only has the face, correct?
No.
To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking if I did. Yes, it's me.
Okay, does he have access to your phone? Because you said it's your phone. Okay, how does he have access?
You guys have your phone? Yeah, it's right there on the kitchen counter.
Okay, but how does he get into it? Because it's password protected.
He'll come and give it to me, I'll just do the face thing. Where sometimes too, like, but he'll joke with me and say, okay, I need to borrow your phone. And he'll hold it while I'm cooking or doing something, do the facial recognition.
Okay, so he doesn't know the password and he doesn't have the facial recognition. No, he is the only other person that would use your phone, I'm assuming other than.
Well, Lucas.
Right. So Lucas wasn't there Sunday, right. So, to your recollection, no videos on Sunday?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, I guess if I maybe take a picture of them, the two Tess and the dogs, and George and them dancing, but I mean, or it's just Tess.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I have something that I want to show you that we found, and it was from your phone.
Mm-hmm.
You see it?
Can you move it around for that?
No, I don't remember that.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me.
Your battery's all flash.
Okay.
Let me.
The battery doesn't last very long.
Yeah, it used to last a lot longer than that. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Let me just grab something.
No, I was just simply asking because you had a look on your face when she asked you if you've ever done that before. You looked kind of shocked. And,
No.
okay, but why did you say it like that? Like,
I don't think you all understand who I am, where,
well, tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son. I excel at everything. I would not do that.
You wouldn't want somebody in a suitcase?
Well, I didn't like completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for him to get out.
Okay.
And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and...
I need to stop and point this out again. So she's doing a pretty good job. She can be very convincing that she doesn't remember this, but she's saying, I would never do that. And I left space. So even before they're able to really get into this suitcase video, she obviously knows that he's begging to get out. Before he even begs to get out, she knows what it's about. So that's another little bit of information that suggests, yeah, she knows she did that.
going to sleep.
No, it's just the way you said it.
You guys are scaring me.
Sorry.
We just want you to watch this. It came from your phone. Don't you want to know what's on it?
Yes, please. Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take. I don't know how much I can take. Do I have to watch this? I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it. That's okay. Well,
I don't sleep. It's been one day. I continuously throw up. Really drama.
on your phone, and you can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah, we're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
It's that long? 2 minutes.
No,
For everything you guys mean. For everything you guys mean. Fuck you. Fuck you.
That's you. Your voice.
Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it up. Yeah, that's when you give me chutney.
I don't want to watch it, please.
Last time we talked to you, you said that you put him in the suitcase, you had 2 fingers hanging out.
I flipped him over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was.
There's 2 different videos and a still picture where, yeah, it shows you flipping in different positions and him saying that he can't breathe and you saying fuck
So
you.
this is upside down. So in order for him to have gotten into it, it was flipped up. Right. It was flipped up normal. Yeah. Like as if you're packing something. So this is upside down. Guys, this is killing me right now. So this image is upside down, and then this small video that occurred 11 minutes later, it's flipped over the other way, closer to your dining room table. Okay. Now he's obviously still in there. So he didn't, how did it go from the back to the front? I flipped it. Okay. My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. Well, that's what you did.
Yeah.
But not intentional. No, you told me you went upstairs because what? You were ready for bed. Stop here. Okay, but show me where you can see any fingers coming out. Because they're at the end. And his head's right here. Mm-hmm. So going like this, rather than going all the way up, it's like this. But why is he saying I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out?
It doesn't show a hole.
There's no hole. There's no fingers. I don't see his fingers. There's no hole. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't know, like, what you want me to tell you. I'm just showing you, I'm just telling you what we see and what we've heard from the other stuff. I understand. He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end, it sounds kind of like no, it's not malicious.
Well, saying fuck you,
It's not malicious.
then what is that?
What does fuck you mean to you? Well, like if I were to tell my let's do that. Like, I get told everything by a white woman, so
Okay.
my intention was not to leave him in there. Please understand that. My intention was not to leave him in there. But you went upstairs thinking that.
So if her intention, so from the perspective of a battered spouse argument, if her intention was not to leave him in there, the question is still the same, which is, so what was your intention, right? Because you went upstairs. You didn't leave and run out the door. You didn't call 911. You didn't do anything. You went upstairs. So if you're fearing for your life and now you've got him confined and it wasn't your intention to leave him, what was your intention? And you know what? She never says. She never says. Except early on when she says, oh, I'm going to make him squirm.
He could get himself out, but the video shows That's why I
one
told
point,
you.
and I see his fingers, and
He'll be
it
up
looked
here in a
like-
minute.
and then 30 minutes later, he didn't show.
And he's telling me.
And I
he
didn't
can't
wake
breathe.
up.
Do you think
Not
he
able
was
to
joking? You told me he was laughing, and I.
We were,
The
we were.
video, there's no
When we first got
laughing.
in there, both of us
So
were.
how long was he in there for? Like, this video is at 11:12 when it starts, so was he in there for like a long time prior to recording this?
No. No.
So it goes from funny to no longer funny,
But I
you're the
didn't,
only one laughing.
but I didn't think that he was, like, panicky. Like,
So pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sarah, 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 I can't breathe.
George has done that in the past before too, where it's just like, he thinks that he's, woe is me kind of thing, where it's like,
He's never been locked in a suitcase, that's how he's gonna get out, so.
it's kind of, I thought it was
And
a
you
boy
know oxygen.
calling wolf, crying wolf kind of thing.
Okay.
And again, my plan,
But nowhere in there is he laughing, is he joking, he is begging. And you're the only one laughing,
okay,
and you're the only one saying derogatory comments, like you're mad.
no. Please don't, I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but like, it's like you guys are kind of trying to like feed me, like,
No, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what he said.
well, I know what,
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
oh,
Why don't you remember making the video?
probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
Just because I went upstairs and, just because you're drunk doesn't mean that you,
And you were not drunk. You said that you had your wits about you. You said he had his wits about you.
Mhm.
You said that you don't like not having your wits. In my experience, if somebody cannot remember doing something to the extent of making 2 videos and a video and taking a photo, they are intoxicated.
okay, I understand where y'all are coming from.
Well,
I
we're
get it.
trying to accept it. We're trying to
I get it.
figure out
We're
what
trying
you're
to
saying.
figure out this
You're
video.
telling it to us. We're listening.
I did, like, we were playing, and then, like, I thought it was, my plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep.
So she's not remembering, but she can still discuss what her plan was, what her intention was, what she did or didn't do, what she thought at the time. So it's not that she doesn't recall doing these things, doesn't recall the time period. She perhaps doesn't recall videotaping it, perhaps. But, she's really not wanting to see what's on that video. The problem with the video is that it contradicts the narrative she wants for the moment.
My plan was not to, he'll be up here any minute.
But you willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and.
My plan was also to leave him in the suitcase,
So why didn't you take him out?
because I went upstairs, and then I fell asleep.
But why didn't you consciously think he's asking to come out? and
I didn't do it intentionally.
What do you think is going to happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not giving it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the
And what was
suitcase,
the plan?
waiting for him to come upstairs.
And then when you did it?
I fell asleep.
You said you're up there 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, somebody not coming up.
Knowing that the last time you saw him was in the suitcase, 30 minutes later, you're like, maybe I should go check on him, maybe I shouldn't.
No.
But that didn't cross your mind.
That's like an assumption. Like, that's what you all are thinking. Just,
We're asking.
it's the
You
whole,
tell us.
it's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought it was like, I thought he was okay. Like, I didn't, that, you
He's
all,
telling you he's not. He's telling you, Sarah, I can't breathe. He's saying your name and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
guys, that's how we are with each other. Like, he is, nobody understands our relationship. This the whole suitcase thing never happened before.
Would you leave someone else in the suitcase? Would you leave Lucas in the suitcase jokingly? Because it was a joking matter. You come in there jokingly. Would you leave Lucas jokingly in there? And you love Lucas, right? And you
I
love
wouldn't do that to him either. I wouldn't do that to him.
So, I just...
Well, so like, again, I don't think you all understand, like, that was not my intention.
Well,
I don't have any idea what I said from him.
but by your action, that's exactly right. You get to the point where you've done so much for somebody and they don't show you any appreciation.
He did.
Not by your words in the video. I don't get that.
He did.
Because you're bringing up the fact that when he's choking you, you can't breathe. That's how you felt when he cheated on you. You couldn't breathe. And you verbally, several times, said to him, just fuck you.
When you
Well,
said it in
you said
the video, you won't let us play the rest of it. You don't
And
want
you-
When I say cheating, it's on his phone.
Okay. Cheating's cheating.
I think so too.
Exactly.
It's your definition of cheating though, so I'm not, that's what the word cheating.
And that's what you told her in the video. That I couldn't breathe when you cheated on me.
No.
That's how I felt when he said, Sarah, I can't breathe. And you told me.
I don't know you. This is
What would you say if somebody told you that they had done this?
someone.
You said somebody in a suitcase and went up and went to bed.
Do you all not think, so you all think that it's like, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm gonna go sleep? Is that what you guys are trying to assume? Or trying to
Or just the video is very portraying of the opposite of what you told us.
no.
It is not leading up, it is not matching what statement you gave us in the car. And
So,
that's why we want to know,
and I don't remember
injuries,
doing this.
the injuries are not consistent with what you told us. So we have a lot of inconsistencies, and this video explains itself. It really truly does.
You don't think that I have thought about it?
Thought about the video or thought about...
But no, again, if you don't mind, please. So you all are assuming that it's like, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm gonna go to sleep? Is that what you all are assuming?
Well, it's not an assumption when that's what you told us that
That's
happened.
what happened.
And the video,
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not gonna say,
you thought you could
Don't
get it out on his
yes,
but the video shows that he can knock it out on his own.
but when I envisioned it with one finger.
From the outside.
But it had the hole in it.
And you're claiming that it had a paper clip, so that's what assisted you in doing it.
No.
So, if it's battered spouse and she's fearing for her life and it's so easy to open and she left a hole in it and all that jazz, still, then it doesn't make sense why she goes up to sleep, why she's not running screaming. And if what she was saying was true, he would still be alive. But I suspect that Owens and Henderson are going to say that his blood alcohol level was so high that despite the fact that she left an opening, he was unable to get out because he didn't have the coordination. You know, earlier they talked to the pathologist trying to get her to say that maybe he could move around a little bit.
Oh, what you told us.
When I had my sweatshirt, I thought it had a paper clip on it. It's got,
The zipper part is broken,
yeah, which is why we were gonna say.
Yeah.
I just,
You were able to zip it from the outside. Very easily. Because that's the way they're designed.
but you could on the inside too. I don't know
Well,
how.
why wouldn't you have gotten so out if you could?
I don't know, I don't know if you saw, where the hole went. I don't know.
No,
I didn't
he's
see
a
no
little,
fingers
you're the
sticking
only
out.
one that, that's what I'm saying, he's in one position, and where his head would be, we should be able to see fingers. And then when it flips over onto this right side, again, his head is closer to us, facing the video, so we should be able to see fingers, and we don't see anything. We see no movement of him trying to unzip it, or physically unzipping it. All we see is pushing up, trying to push out of it.
Please, Do not assume.
I'm not kidding. I haven't said anything. I follow evidence.
But my intention was not, again, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm just gonna go to sleep.
What do you think someone that knows nothing about this, or hears just a little bit, like, oh, they were playing around in a suitcase,
And then probably went to sleep. That's what happened.
Then you let him out before, and you put him in, so why did you take him out?
Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep.
No, before you went upstairs. You like consciously had to walk upstairs. You obviously remember my bed because you're giving me a time frame on that. And you specifically told me that you went upstairs.
My intention is not for this to happen. I am sick about it. I've never done anything like this before in the past. I'm sick. Especially with that. I thought I couldn't sleep last night. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. You tell us the last night, you vividly remember this when you told us last night, that he was laughing, you were laughing, you put him in the suitcase, he has two fingers sticking out, and you go to bed. Now we see something totally different. And it actually shows you upset, and again, using derogatory terms to him when he's begging for his life to get out of that suitcase.
But my thing is,
we're assuming, we're not assuming.
so it just happened to be that whenever I was videotaping or doing whatever else it was, just happened to not have that in it.
Okay. And you also, in the video, you can't see any holes. There's nowhere in that where the zipper separates and you can see a hole. If there's a hole, he's pushing on it, begging you to get out. We should probably see that hole.
He eventually would have been able to get out.
Alcohol.
Based on what you're telling us, he should have been able to get out. But the video shows him attempting to get out, begging to get out, and he can't. So that's just what we're trying to figure out. I don't know if maybe you had too much to drink, you just zip all the way, and then,
I did not zip it up all the way. I did not zip it up all the way. This is horrific, okay? Horrific.
This is terrible.
Horrific. I don't think I'll ever be right because of this. Ever be right. Dealing with everything else that I have in my life, personally. And then this. For my love. It was not intentional. I will put my hand on the Bible. It was not intentional. I would not do that to him nor anyone else.
But you did.
Not intentional.
You intentionally went up to bed.
I didn't intentionally go to bed. If I'm saying it okay,
Hold on. How did you not intentionally go to bed? You said you went upstairs and got into bed. That's intentionally going to bed.
waiting for him.
And he doesn't come, but you don't go down to check on him.
So I happen to go to sleep. When I say go to sleep,
And what do you normally do when you go to
do.
bed? What do you normally do when you go to bed?
What do you mean?
What is the bed for? Going to sleep.
Right.
So you go to
But
bed to
obviously
do
you
what?
tells you that, like, I
You
know
go to
you
bed to do
also.
what? Okay. You kept telling us, hey, I wasn't intoxicated, I wasn't this, I wasn't that.
Being drunk and intoxicated, which, yeah, you can tell like I've been drinking, but
Okay. So if you weren't intoxicated, then why would you ever leave somebody in a suitcase that's begging to get out, that's telling you they can't
if
breathe?
I weren't, if I hadn't been drinking, you still think it would be the same thing? Where it's like, hop in, I'm gonna go to sleep. Is that what you all are trying to do? To portray
Why
here?
don't you do anything? I'm simply asking you to explain to me what happened.
Everything was fine and dandy.
I don't know.
Everything.
Fine and dandy.
Was fine and dandy. You all know, okay, for me to tell you this, again, mind you, I've been without him for a day now. I don't know, I don't know what you all want me to tell you, because this was not in any way, shape, or form, hand on the Bible, intentional.
Okay. So you just
I
left
didn't
him
kill him.
there. You left him there to see no weapon.
I didn't mean to leave him there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You got up and walked away. How is that not intentionally leaving them there?
Because I'm looking at the hole, knowing that it's there. He'll get out no problem. Because you don't.
If he doesn't, then you don't go check on him. You say you're up for 30 minutes, and he doesn't come up. You don't go down and check on him?
I'm in the bed.
You even moved,
It goes up.
you admit to moving the suitcase, like, over, so.
Roll it.
You roll it over, like, it's not like.
I said, when does it be like that? Don't.
You're wanting to be upside down, how do you get upside down?
Right. You guys are killing me right now.
I just want you to experience.
That's how he talks to me most of the time. I don't know how you want me to say it.
I'm just trying to figure out what you would expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a suitcase.
I didn't mean to leave him in there.
Okay.
What's your reasoning for, not calling 911 sooner?
Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was. I called Brian, and like what, 5 minutes later I called you guys? Not even 5 minutes. Nonetheless, that I had to I was trying to do CPR.
5 minutes later, I called you guys. Not even 5 minutes. It was, what, 29 minutes? Is that what it was? Something like that?
I was trying to do CPR. I had to get him out and try to do CPR and then call you guys. And it was continually doing CPR with the dispatch on the phone where he had me count out loud to help me focus on what I was doing.
Thank you. I don't know how, I mean, you can sit here all day long and say, I thought he was gonna get himself out, but that he didn't, and you went upstairs, and you stayed there for 30 minutes before you fell asleep.
But can I say too,
You chose not to ever at any point during that 30 minutes walk back down and check on him.
no, wait 1 second, because I know, like, with you all, and then, like, because you continually ask me, like, time frames, where I told you, like, I don't bother even looking at the clock most of the time. So it's like a guesstimate. So for all I know, maybe it was 10 minutes.
Okay. But the point is, you left the living room where he was begging for help and went upstairs. Regardless of how long you were there, you left. You say,
I thought he was the wood calling wolf. Again.
okay.
So when he asked to be let out, like, what's your reasoning for not letting?
Boy crying wolf again. How many times has she done something to him or hurt him, and he has begged or expressed suffering or pain in the past?
Letting him out?
When I was upstairs,
No, when he's asking on the video, he asked multiple times. He asked to be let out. I can't breathe. Why didn't you let him out?
well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one.
Okay.
Number two, just, you know what? I'll give you 5 minutes or so, and then they'll give you 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes for what?
Well, based on the video, one video is at 11:12 and the next one's 11:23, so you actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple times, I mean, why? Why did you not let him out? It's just a simple question.
To be honest with you, I mean,
Were you punishing him?
no, just,
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you got, this is what you make me feel like.
see, and it's all backfired on me. Like, it's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of this. I just,
No, you don't.
it's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful. And I will tell you both this right now, too. I will never drink alcohol again.
Okay.
Like, I will never drink alcohol again. I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
Let's get back to this. What was the reason for leaving him when he's begging to be let out? I don't understand that.
What I have a feeling was, and again, it's the whole time frame thing. You both.
I'm not asking time frame. I don't care about time frame. He's
So-
in the bag saying,
My God.
and you say, fuck you.
For the whole few minutes that he was in there, minimum 11. But yeah, good for you. 11.
Oh, one video.
Well, in between the two videos,
Which
11 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. So what's the question again?
When he's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe, let me out, and you say, fuck you, why don't you just let him out? What are you trying to do to him? There's obviously something in your head that you were thinking of when he was asking to be let out. You're like,
Again, it's the boy calling wolf.
okay, but where does this game end? You say this is a game, you got
Obviously, the wrong way.
So what was your intention for leaving him in there?
And it's not fair. It is not fair. You guys are trying to, again, he's in there. Night.
That's what happened.
No.
That's absolutely what happened. How's it not? You got up off the couch, walked up a flight of stairs, and got in your bed.
Thinking he was going to get out.
And he didn't, and you still didn't go down and
And it's the whole 30-minute thing that you guys are trying to do, whatever. I finally know 10 minutes.
He's begging for his life, telling him he can't breathe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. I don't. I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen. But you did tell us why you left him in there and went upstairs. That's my only issue. What am I supposed to write? What do I write? So my thing is, what I have a feeling is, I went upstairs and just hit the bed, kind of thing. But, again, I'm thinking, he'll be up here in a minute. But then I go out. But my question is, why didn't you just let him out prior to going out? I don't know why.
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun. You said this was supposed to be fun. You were laughing before. Before you said he was laughing, you were laughing. You went upstairs. He had his fingers out of the bag and he was playing. But obviously that's not the case.
So are you guys? So what is it you're trying to What are you trying to figure out? Why? What? Why?
What was the motivation for leaving him in the bag?
Why didn't you left in the bag? I didn't have any motivation. It was me, he and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid, and apparently me going upstairs and hitting the bed, not going to sleep, where it's I'm tired now, and I'm going to sleep.
That's excluding, that's a good analogy for the day, excluding the fact that he's got a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head, and his lip is busted, and he has
Oh my gosh. I don't know what you all want me to tell you. This is not fair at all,
Yes.
that you all are assuming that that's from me.
Where else did it come from?
If you were, say it's opposite, you run a suitcase and you're asking to be let out, would you hope that that person would let you out? You're asking to be let out of a suitcase, should they not let you out?
Eventually. I'm guessing. I'm letting it on the line. So you guys are assuming that.
You keep saying we're assuming, we're going to say anything.
But you guys are assuming that that's what I did.
No. The facts of what happened. We got there. You said you pulled him out of the suitcase. You said you went up. You went to bed. We're not assuming that. These are the facts that you're telling us.
But then it's I'm tired.
Well, that's what you told me on a sworn recorded statement yesterday. Because when I said, you went upstairs and passed out, you were like, no, I did not pass out. You got attitude with me because you were assuming, you thought I was assuming that you were drunk. So that's an assumption. That was an assumption when I said you passed out. And guess what? You corrected me.
You were very adamant about the fact that both of you had your way out. What's your favorite word to use?
Common sense.
You used it today, so to say that you guys are within your wedge. There's two empty bottles of wine.
No, but they didn't go to them.
I think you did.
We didn't. There's receipts for the.
They were both purchased yesterday, so I don't know how you did, because they weren't there the day before.
So one
There's two
was.
Publix receipts from yesterday. Only thing purchased on either one was a single bottle of wine, 2 of them. So we have each bottle of wine that was empty in your garbage can that you purchased yesterday, or he purchased, but you two would have consumed together.
Okay, well, I think it's receipts, so it's not even worth the. So this is. So I don't know what you guys are. I don't know. We were just hoping that we could figure out why you.
What was the motivation?
There was no motivation.
Well, we're watching a video that, after talking to you, everything was laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice telling him to fuck off.
No.
Yes, that's absolutely what it was. It's not an assumption. The video's there. We played it for you.
So you guys think that I intentionally.
You got off the couch.
It doesn't
You
matter.
walked up the couch, or walked up the stairs and got into bed. That was intentional. There's no way getting around that. You intentionally did that. Nobody drugged you up there. You didn't float up the damn stairs.
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did. I don't know what to tell you.
You told us that. You didn't go upstairs?
Again, there was a hole in the suitcase. I insisted from the hole with one finger.
Well, the damn hole didn't do him no good, did it?
But he could push it open. No, he didn't. The video has been pushing up. If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it?
Because you can't breathe.
Okay. If somebody can do something for themselves, they're going to do it. They don't need assistance unless they need assistance. So why would he start doing it? Because he couldn't, because it was all the way thick. Okay. It wasn't. I intentionally didn't do it. That I intentionally did not do.
Why not? You intentionally did what?
Zip it all away. He nor I, nor. That's why this.
You two didn't lay hands on each other.
No. No. I don't have anything.
You're right.
He doesn't. Whatever that is, whatever it is.
Yes.
See, this is what happened. It's not fair that you guys, just because he has those, automatically blame it on me. Like, well, what about when you had your injuries and he gets arrested? Is that not fair? Really? Like, really? That's what you think. Really? He has injuries. You have injuries. Like, what does that mean? I don't have any injuries. Correct. Because he and I have not been at it with one another. So every time that you guys fight, you both hit each other? So you should have probably gone to jail all those times that he went to jail for domestic? Oh, the one time I did. But he completely trashed the police report. Because that's nothing what happened. Because the reason why I got taken in was because my story was different than his. So I'm being portrayed as like this abuser. We're not saying that he doesn't abuse you.
Absolutely.
So I'm the one that's being portrayed as the because I have never dealt with anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it, and I always know what to do and how to do it. This, I don't know. So I don't know, like, what's going on, or, like...
We are simply trying to find out as well. Again, we got one side of the story. You're telling us we're going with what you're saying, but then we find stuff that negates what you're telling us.
And I only remember doing that.
Okay. You're telling us that we're assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video and repeating what you told us.
I understand. Because I don't remember that.
Okay? Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like what's the one? Texting? Oh no, I'm texting.
No,
You guys are scaring me, so like I don't know like what to expect. I had questions of things that need to be taken care of, like, I don't.
Okay, you left him in the bag when he's begging you, saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you. And you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left him in that bag.
Not intentionally.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
you did.
Not
It happened.
intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that.
You got up and you went up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol. Not, again, the reasons that you know of. You all,
Please sit down.
listen to me.
Please sit down.
You all, listen. I did not intentionally kill him.
So your intention.
I don't know what it is I need to do, or how to do it, or what to say, or how to say it.
But what was your intention?
Everyone knows everything that I've done for George, and love him, and continuously helped him throughout his life with me, and made him a happier, better person.
Everybody has a relationship.
Everyone knows that.
Everybody has.
By the way, that's a common thing that abusers say as well.
So it's like, okay, so while we're in a good place right now, I'm gonna snap. Is that what? While we're in a good place right now.
Yeah. Absolutely. I got you on video screaming, fuck you.
This is what it feels like when you're choking me. This is what it feels like. Which was however long ago. You said
The
it.
videos from last
But
night.
clearly,
So what is that? Yeah.
they're still feeling towards it. You wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it. But I would never do that. But it happened, and you did.
But you
But
did.
that's not for being playful. But no one's having a good day. No one's laughing except you. Everyone's having a good day. Oh, I'm sorry?
I would hate to see a bad day.
Y'all are making me out to be a person that I'm not. Or will I ever be? Or are you a different person when you're drunk?
People have different personalities after they consume alcohol.
It depends. Well, you're sober now, so sober you. What about drunk you? Not, it's both of us. It's both of us. And it's not fair that you all are assuming that the marks that he has on him are from me.
We asked you where they came from.
I have no idea.
Well, nobody else was there, so nobody else.
I have no idea. I swear I did not lay a hand on him.
You just sipped them in the bag.
Nor he.
You just sipped them in the bag. And then you flipped the bag around several times.
I didn't do that intentionally.
You didn't intentionally flip the bag around.
No, why would I do that? Well, you told me you did. When you was upside down. Right.
But you had to flip it upside down.
You can't get in a suitcase upside down because oh my God. That's if nobody else was there. That's
We have a video showing the suitcase in several different positions. So it shows, one, like she just said, it had been on its back with the lid open for him to get in there, for you to zip it up. Then it shows it on the other side within minutes, so you had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on its back again, so you had to flip it.
I'm leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally do this. No malicious intent or effort was towards this. No malicious. I would say because I hope you sleep, but you're not sleeping, so.
I mean,
Last night, I maybe got an hour. Right.
in your voice, you can hear the maliciousness. The fuck you is very, very.
You don't talk to people like that. That's not like a common, like, hey, Scott, fuck you. That's not common. It's not something people do. And no one that sees that is going to think that. Okay. So we were trying to give you an opportunity, and it is what it is. There's no maliciousness towards that. So I would probably be telling myself that my intent was not for that to happen. But he went upstairs and went to bed. Or maybe he passed out, I don't know. Waiting for him. And the whole time frame thing, it's like, it's regardless, that's not really fair. It's waiting for him. It's not like you You walked up the stairs, you can't fly up the stairs, no one can take you up the stairs.
Okay.
You go up the stairs, you lay in the bed, and you wait for him. Who cares if it's 5 minutes, who cares if it's 30 freaking seconds? He's begging for his life, he's begging to get out. You go upstairs. It doesn't matter. So get the time frame out of your mind. It's okay. It's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because there's this. So it doesn't matter anything what it is I say. So it makes no difference whatsoever. It just, you're lying and like you're now changing your story. Lying about what? Now you're drunk. Oh, I never said that I was drunk. Exactly what you did here today. That's okay. Everything was alcohol. You blamed it on alcohol. Alcohol doesn't lie to people. Yes, but I never said I was drunk. Yes.
So you did this sober. You knowingly left them down there sober.
I have already told those of you also that we were both drinking. Right. But you want to admit that you were drunk. I'm telling you all both. This has changed my life. I will take this. I don't know. Yeah. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely. But you're trying to dance around the fact that you left them in there. You're trying to dance around the fact you left them in there.
This is not, it's not cool. Like, this is not cool.
It's not cool.
He's dead. But you think that I did that intentionally. You think that I did that intentionally.
You intentionally left them in there and left the room. You went upstairs to a different room.
You intentionally did that.
You did.
Yes. Because I'm thinking he's gonna get out. Okay, he did. Obviously not.
But somebody's begging saying,
But when you say that, though, but you have to no, torso. Like, again, I thought it was a boy crying wolf. So it's just like, what? Oh, so if your son was in there and said, I can't breathe, are you gonna open it, or is he 9, so he's not, really? It's not a big deal. Valid question.
oh, you said you would never put your son in a suitcase. You would only put George in there.
No, door strategy case.
And you lifted it up.
Not all the way and not intentionally to leave him there.
And that's what happened. But you keep going away from it. That's exactly what happened.
Are you all trying to have me admit that? Like, are you trying to have me admit that? Because I will never admit it because it's not true. It's not true.
I'm basically saying as a fact that that's what happened.
Okay.
You videotape him asking to be let out. You go upstairs.
So what, guys? So what? Like, I don't know what you want me to say, other than it was not out of maliciousness or intentional. I don't know what or how I can say it. I love George. Love him. To this day still. Love him.
Love me to do crazy.
It's not one of those things where it's like, oh gosh, you know what, I've done enough for you at this point. I never gave up on him. Why I'm here today, I'm still not giving up on him. I would do anything for him.
So you gave up checking up on him.
Oh gosh. Okay.
We're simply just trying to go through, I mean, again, you gave us a completely different story that you churched up to, this was such a lasting matter.
It was fun. All day. All day.
Anybody look at it, I don't think anybody will look at that video and go, George is having fun right now.
So why is it you all think that y'all don't know me, would do something like that, especially having a 9-year-old son? Like why?
9-year-old son.
Like
why are you so like caught on to what we think?
Yeah.
Because you should be more concerned about what you told us.
It's because like you guys are like trying
The things that the video shows that are opposite of what you told us, and then what you know.
like what's opposite?
Well, you said that it was funny, and you're the only one.
We were playing before that.
Okay.
But then it stops.
Yeah.
It obviously stops being fun. Because you're screaming at him. He's not
not
going to get
screaming
out.
at him.
Sounds like screaming at me.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. In no way, shape, or form was it intentional. At all. Ever. Okay. Are you still gonna allow us to do your fingernails? Go for it. Go for it. Okay, cool. Alright, I'm gonna get that set up. Do you need to know that when you come back, I ask about this? Yeah. So what?
Just don't understand.
So it
I don't
was.
understand how your story changes so much to the
How
fact
did
that
it change me? Please help me explain it. Understand.
you went on about how this was such a playful thing and you guys were laughing. And it probably was for a few minutes, but then it obviously changes. The whole demeanor of this whole situation completely changes. It's not the funny, laughing matter. He's not laughing at all.
I didn't think he was being serious.
You absolutely sound serious.
I didn't think so. Like, I just,
You don't think your voice, you sounded serious?
okay. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It was a great day.
Okay.
It didn't end well, obviously.
I'm going to tell you, I mean,
I can't explain to you how horrific it was
okay.
to find him. Horrific. Because I don't remember seeing this videos.
Okay.
How horrific. I'm thinking he's in the bathroom. I'm thinking he's downstairs in the laptop. I can't find him. So what's gonna happen? Like,
Here's what gets me though, is you don't remember taking videos, you don't know where he is, you don't remember him being in the suitcase, and you're still telling me that you had your wits about you. How does something have your wits about him when...
See, that's the thing too. But you can clearly tell. You can clearly tell that I had been drinking some.
And she doesn't remember any of this, but can still insist on things that she did do that will help her, like leaving a space and waiting for him and thinking he could get out and all of that.
You can clearly tell.
I've had several people that came up to me in that apartment complex said that you were drunk on a daily basis.
Oh my gosh. Right.
Regularly.
Right.
Really?
Right. Talk to the property manager. Talk to the property manager.
Okay.
Because it's not.
These are your neighbors, the ones that live next to you. Your property manager does not live next to you. They see you every day. How many
Hi,
do you
my person. What are your questions?
Yep.
Just coming. Did you do fingernails?
Yeah, you said that we could.
And you don't have to allow us to do it, just so you know. So, don't think that I don't have a problem. Okay. Just make sure. So, am I getting my phone back? No.
Not today.
What about losing his laptop? No.
Not today.
What does that mean?
We're still going through everything.
Oh, that's fine.
You're the one just telling us there's videos that we need to see on it, so we need
That's
to do our
fine.
due diligence that we go through everything.
See, and that backfires on me now too, because now you all think that I had even more, in quotes, intent to do what I did to him, which was not intentional. And that, is that correct?
He's asking about your timing.
No, but I'm asking if that's correct. No, I'm not going to agree with what you're saying. I'm not, that you're. So, his person out there. Mm-hmm. Do you all inform her or do I need to call her? We don't have to inform her, so we'd like to call her again. Are you saying that he's on probation? No, but because of the nice lady that she is and all that she's done for him, I thought I didn't know how it was. Legally, we just have to tell his parents, and we don't go telling. I didn't even know who his probation officer was, so no, I wouldn't go. So the same thing for classes. I need to do that too.
Classes.
So, substance abuse class and his battery intervention. Yeah, something else I should carry that. So, other than this, so initially, what was the cause of death? She is still pending because she wants to hold the body for an additional day to see if more of those bruises turn into something bigger. And she's doing some other tests that she's got to do. So she's pending it for now.
So, and that couldn't have been of him being in suitcase? Or, no, saying that we get it?
That's what she's determining.
So,
The ones on the head, I asked her, could that have been from the suitcase, and she said she didn't think so.
I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me. I'm leaving it at that. So, I don't know if you all know how to do this, because so that's what I was going to ask, you already asked. So, are you all updating his parents today, or when he gets final, whatever?
What does it matter what we tell his parents meeting?
Because
we're gonna talk to it with them.
okay,
I have to.
but it's going to come down to me.
What do you mean?
Like, so it's being put on me.
Who said that?
But I'm not, so what did the people tell them?
We're gonna give them an update, just like we gave you an update on their autopsy.
Okay, so it's whatever
Well,
group.
here's the thing.
Whatever on the head.
We had to deliver news to them last night, their son was dead. There's not a whole lot of conversation that goes on after that. It's not a very easy.
Was it yesterday or Sunday? Sunday. Today's Tuesday, right?
Did we not meet you yesterday? We met you yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. Right. Did you not meet yesterday?
The valid question.
Really? Yes, on Monday.
Okay.
Got it.
Perfect.
So I don't know if I asked you guys or how I find this out other than talking to his parents, which is not gonna happen.
Yeah. Probably a terrible idea.
How do you guys suggest me finding out about,
That's not even something that's been probably talked about between the family. That's not something we asked. We have no way of.
I didn't know, that's why I'm asking.
It'll be
So,
up to them to make the arrangements of what they want to do. Like she just told you, just quick, just being told last night, I'll pretty much be willing to wager that they have not even considered what they're gonna do.
I thought you can't even be released, so.
I've been there with parents, grandparents, and uncles. So, I don't know if I have the right to or not, but like I was gonna call his former employees whom he really cared for and let them know.
You can call whoever you want.
I just don't want to do something that I'm not supposed to. How do I go about getting his wedding ring, engagement ring?
If that's a medical examiner's office, it'll come to us eventually, and then.
It'll be released to
Oh,
the next of kin.
Yeah, okay.
I bought it for him.
That is a civil issue. If it was on his finger, it goes to them, they're the ones that are gonna release it, we don't have any say in that.
So I won't get that back. So for all of this, like, how do I find out what's what, how many, like, what's been found?
What do you mean?
Pillow with stain, swab stain from pillow, suitcase.
That will all be sent off to
Absolutely.
the daily board of criminal law enforcement, they do their testing.
So, and then like whatever white can with blood and necktie with blood was from the suitcase.
Okay.
Why would you guys, oh, you'll see it in there, the baseball bat. For Lucas. And the seat. And this is just his phone, my phone, and the laptop.
Yeah, when anything can be released, we will release it, but we are very early in this investigation, and it's not an overnight process, unfortunately.
So, what's next?
They're gonna come and swap their fingers.
No, I'm talking about like in the long run. Like, what do I need to like, do I need to be doing something or like?
I can't tell you what to do.
I mean like, so like for
like, I don't understand, like, I don't know if you guys are just gonna, like, because it makes it sound like, to me, like, I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm being accused of it. And
I'm going to just pause a sec. I haven't checked in on chat for a long time. So I'm just going to check in. Moth's mommy is saying, so he did have a phone. Well, I don't know. That's debatable. It's debatable because she's saying he didn't anymore. So Grace says, wow, this looks so bad. Yeah. What do you think the jury's going to think? Right? So this is very interesting to me, seeing it right back to back with the other interviews and the order in which they've presented this. So I still, even though I've seen it before, I still think it's interesting, especially in light of the defense that they're now trying to use. Everything she says goes against her defense, but even if Owen says she's lying or that she lied during this interrogation because she was so afraid, well, her demeanor shows she's not afraid of them. So, very interesting.
a handful of other things I'm being accused of. Okay. So I don't want to be at home with Lucas and you guys show up. Okay. So we're still investigating the word. I don't know what you want me to tell you. So is there going to be concrete whatever it is, and then it's like, okay, this is what it is, kind of thing, or like, because I've done the whole court thing, I've done the whole attorney thing, I've done whatever. So if I'm not admitting anything about being intentional and I killed George, that's not the situation, but it's trying to depend on me. That was not my intent. But it's trying to depend on me. So however or whatever it is I need to do in order for that to be proven, then I need to do so, which is why I'm trying to get my ducks in a row. So that's why I'm asking what the next step is other than me getting my nails swabbed.
I mean, you want me to tell you how to not be accused of a crime? Is that what you're asking? Like, I don't know what you...
I'm trying to prepare myself for whatever may need to be done so I can, stick up for myself.
I mean, I think you're doing fine. You came, you talked.
I just don't want you guys to, again, show up and Lucas is in the house.
Well, we did tell you yesterday that we don't want to do anything around your son, hence why you came to us. So I don't know why you think that's going to change.
That and or me not just show up back home.
I'm sorry, what? That or what?
Me just not show up back home. That's what, he's so happy that I'm staying over at the house, so that I'm so happy. And I'm not going back to the house, to my house, for however long I can stay over here because of whatever to blow over. Mm-hmm. And again, if you don't mind me asking, so for whatever it is you all are claiming from the videos, which, yeah, is that what you're going to tell him? Like his parents? It's like, oh yeah, and by the way, she did.
Did what?
I mean, what would you tell him?
I don't think it really matters what we're going to tell the parents.
Oh yeah, it is the fuel to the fire.
Well, we can't hide things, and I don't know, I'm not saying we're going to go, I'm not saying that we're going to go and tell them every single thing we have, but again, this is the Orange County Sheriff's Office of Public Records, so eventually, like, this all will come out. Mm-hmm. So, it's just like, you're making it sound like we're going to tell them something, so then your life is in danger, and I don't like that accusation. So let's just nip that in the bud right now.
Well, that's what's going to happen. But we can't even, so technically there's no concrete report yet, even. Right, so it's, you want me to like tell you exactly what I'm gonna tell them? I don't know what I'm gonna tell them, let's just leave it at that. Just like you don't know why you went upstairs, I don't know what I'm gonna tell them. So,
That's what we're dealing with.
can I call you the way that I did last time? Yeah, my phone is mine. This should be there. I get it. Look, I get it. That looks really bad. So that's what scares me. Like, what do I need to plan on? Like, what do I need to plan on? I promise you, on my son's life, it was not intentional. I promise you, on Lucas's life, it was not intentional.
I don't know you. I can't say I know anything about you. I don't know what would be a true statement, what would not. I mean, if you're promising on your son's life, that's fine.
That's how much it means.
Sorry.
That's how much it, look, that's how much it means. I hope you take that to heart. Please.
And it's documented that you said that, yeah. I get it.
Do you have any idea when I can get my phone back?
What's up, man?
What do you say?
I just don't know. I mean, there's no precedent because, had a lot of cases on the plate. I mean,
Well, and that's not testing my laptop, it's with his laptop. So he plays, you'll see all the games that he has on there.
as soon as we can get that back to Lucas, we will. As soon as we can release your phone, we will. But we have no way of being able to tell you because we don't have control over their caseload and how they arrange what they do. So I don't know. And at this point, I think, honestly, with everything else that's going on, it should probably be at the bottom of your list of words.
I'm trying to make Lucas happy so he can have his laptop back.
Okay.
Did Brian not have a laptop for him?
He has his laptop that he has to do for work, that he doesn't want him using it or breaking or dropping. It's not a big deal, there's nothing on the laptop anyway. So you will keep me posted, like updated. That's my thing, is I'm trying to figure out what I need to do in the meantime.
I don't know, I can't, like, I don't know what to tell you though. Like, what?
But you will have more information than I do, where it's like, yeah, you might want it, or yeah, you might want it.
Like, we have more information on what?
Like,
We told you everything that we have. You know everything that we know. And most of it we got from you.
but, like I was telling her, like, yeah, that's bad, like, which I swore my son's life was not intentional. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what I need to do for myself. Going forward with it, nonetheless, with his family. And are you all just showing up with Lucas now?
We've already both told you that we would be mindful in these situations.
So do you guys, are you guys gonna call me tomorrow? Or are you gonna come back down here?
I'll chat with you next time. I have no idea what I'm gonna call you next.
Isn't the report come out tomorrow?
What report?
I'm just saying a report is generated through us, and the sheriff's office is a public entity, so if someone were to come request something, then. No, I'm talking about, his autopsy. She's waiting and doing her follow-up, but.
She's looking at him, yes.
Yeah.
But she won't be finished with him because she's pending further stuff.
So after this, what? I'm done? For now? How long does this stuff take to get back?
You won't get back the swabs and stuff will say.
I don't know about it.
Our dispatcher keeps calling my phone. I keep having to have those people call and see what they need.
I hope you all can really both truly understand that that was not my intent. I miss him a lot. No.
But my question has remained the same. What do you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position like that?
Yes, but you have to understand too,
Just what would you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position?
I have no idea because I've never done it before.
Why have you never done it before?
Why would I?
Exactly.
Why would I do it before?
Why did you do it now?
I clearly have said why. And why? No, you don't know why. You just know that it's not intentional, but you don't know why. But that's okay. Really? I'm not trying to force you to say something that you don't know. Phoebe and Penny. The fact that you guys would assume that I'm that kind of person.
We're not assuming anything. We're going by the facts. It happens.
Like you said, you don't know me. What time is it, please? 4:46. And so, for me to have to live with getting him out and doing what I did is punishment enough. I think that's why I haven't slept. Because that's all I see. So that right there says something. No, not my intention. Nonetheless, I have to live without him now. Nonetheless. Punishment in itself.
Definitely a tragic situation.
I think there's no wrong. It's unfortunate that stupid things like this happen.
Absolutely.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
His daughters too.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
Are you trying to make it worse?
Make what worse?
How I feel?
Just making a comment on that.
He is fine. I was there yesterday. And she took your photo.
Notice Sarah like picking at her nails.
So I'm just going to take the phone and go around on one hand and then do the other one for the other hand.
for making a YouTube video, YouTubers just edit all this out, but that's not real life, so the jury has to sit through everything.
Okay, Sarah. So, you're not free though? Okay. Do you promise everything you told us is the truth? Or no? Everything we talked about today? Yes. What do you mean? Yeah, I don't swear. Remember I swore you yesterday on the audio recording? I just forgot to raise his hand to remind me to tell you. Okay. Do you promise and swear that everything we talked about today is been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge? For which? True and accurate to the best of your knowledge. What, that wasn't intentional? Everything you said today, everything that's come out of your mouth has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge. To the best of my knowledge. Correct. Yes. Why?
Because we have talked to somebody this week to assure that everything that we talked about is
True and accurate to the best of that person's knowledge.
not a trick question.
To the best of my knowledge.
To the best of your knowledge.
Everything that you told us today is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge. Yes, but it was not intentional. Okay.
Okay, stand up. And just turn around, face the wall. Put your hands behind your back. Do you have anything in your pockets that I should know about? Correct.
Why is this happening?
Because George is dead.
Not intentionally. We understand that.
He's still dead.
Well, we don't. Someone needs to call Brian, please. Okay. Or can I not make a phone call?
You'll be able to make a phone call. You can get down to the jail.
So why is this happening? So this was a trick.
No, it's not. How's the trick? You're the explain a few things to us. And
You're right.
your response to everything was basically, I didn't do it.
Intentionally.
Doesn't matter. It's still there. Okay. Have sheets. Really?
So I can show up. Why are you telling me?
Because
Before you all said I could leave. That I was done after that.
we were done, yes. We were done. Absolutely.
So now, so that's what it is.
We were done.
Right. Not intentional.
Okay.
So what am I supposed to do now?
You will,
Someone needs to call Brian. Lucas is waiting for Mom to come home. This was not my intention. I thought I was waiting for you all to come and figure out what's what and how many.
that's what we're trying to do.
And I was going to be able to go home and see Lucas. Now he's just not going to have me come home. So there's nothing that I can do.
Okay, no.
There's nothing that I can do in order to go home and see Lucas and prepare.
You'll be afforded a time in court, you'll be afforded an attorney, you'll be afforded a chance to talk to a judge, and all that stuff will be worked out.
But what's the time frame for that though?
I have no way of being able to tell you, you should make first appearance by tomorrow morning, if not tonight, depending how things are busy, how quickly you get down there.
I had
I
a
don't work
suspicion this was going to happen. I need water like really bad too. You all shut me down there.
Absolutely do not.
I just got those.
Okay. Yeah, you're not allowed in the jail.
I can't even figure out what I got. What? Am I doing? And what am I supposed to do with my car?
Did you find where it is? When you get down there, you'll have 3 phones, you'll be able to call.
What, as soon as possible?
Yeah, once you get down there, get with them, you'll be able to use a phone in the waiting
But how
room.
long will that take? Because I need to talk to Brian.
Yeah, no, that's how busy, how quickly they get you through. I would say within an hour. It's a free phone call in the lobby, it's a free phone call.
All I'm doing is bringing their side paper and go there.
She has no clue.
So can I ask you, or whoever it is, those holding cells, the holding cells, am I going to be talking about those?
I don't know.
Last time I had a panic attack.
Let them know that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you're familiar with the big bay. As long as you go in and you act civil to them, they'll set you in the big bay. You'll be left there for a
Can you
while.
request that when I'm there?
No, that's not us. We don't work at the jail.
As long as what you're saying is if you don't
If you
have
come in
to.
and act like this, you'll go in and they'll put you in the big bay. If you go in there screaming and kicking and yelling and cursing, I don't know. I'm just letting you know that's what happens. That's how they weed people out. If you go in acting like this.
So I asked for the big bang?
The jury has just learned indirectly that Sarah has been taken into custody in the past.
Still put you there as long as you're acting like this.
Because the last time I had a major panic attack in the building.
Thank you.
I have not.
So what am I going to do next first? Okay.
At first it's gonna come, but the cigarettes and stuff can't, so.
I put a mark out to my right.
Oh, that's okay, mine are now upstairs.
What did you all decide to do this?
They just decided to do this. Georgia said.
You guys, I knew this was going to happen.
You did? Okay.
So I came down to the village.
Yes, absolutely. We were trying to figure out what's going on. We're still trying to figure out.
Unintentionally.
Okay.
Don't forget, I have my, I don't know if it's able to do or not.
I apologize.
I have things in my car that I need to.
Okay.
For your,
kind of stuff she has in the car like where you want?
Well, I have my medication.
Okay, they have a pharmacy there, so if there's something that you have to have right away, you'll be seeing a
It
nurse.
can packed up.
So again, when you get checked in, they're going to be seeing a nurse. And that they have a pharmacy there, so they'll be able to take care of any kind of that stuff. That protocol is out of my realm. I don't work down there, so I don't know, but I do know they do have a pharmacy. And that you will be worried to see somebody. You got it? Yes, sir. I'm supposed to say. All right.
Judge, can we approach the bench?
Yes.
Okay, now fast forward past the approach.
Has continued to
Oops.
suffer in the
Sorry.
suitcase.
Pertinent only to explain the reactions and
Okay.
All right, members of our jury, I have an instruction that I need to read to you at this time. You have heard and watched a recorded interview that contained opinions and statements by Detective Lowen and Detective Copsell to Sarah Boone. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by the police officers as true, but only to establish the context of Sarah Boone's reactions and responses. You may continue.
Ma'am, did all of these events that you have testified to in regards to your investigation, did they all occur in Orlando, Orange County, Florida?
Yes, they did.
And ma'am, do you see the person today here in court who admitted to zipping up George Torres in a suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the person today here in court whose voice you heard on the suitcase video taunting George Torres?
Yes.
Do you see the person here today in court who admitted to you flipping George Torres while he was in the suitcase?
Yes.
I'm surprised the defense isn't objecting here, because he is getting in all this other information or highlighting information through asking her an identification question. So the taunting, the flipping, that sort of thing. So interesting.
Yes, I do.
And do you see the person today here in court who admitted going to bed while George Torres continued to suffer in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Could you please identify that person by an article of clothing they're wearing?
Yes, she's at the defense table in black and I guess a pinkish top.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
And no further questions at this time.
Members of the jury, it is 5:59. I tried to get you out of here before 6. We will continue with the balance of the state's presentation tomorrow at 9 a.m. I'm going to give you another instruction similar to what I've read you previously over the last couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, will be in recess for this evening. We will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. And again, I thank you for your attention and your sacrifice in this matter.
Just want to see if they have any other matters that they discuss.
6D requires or allows.
Hang on, yeah, they do.
At the state attorney's office for the deposition.
PM regarding the witness Pearl Walker to appear by Zoom. It is not something I can agree to, and I'm not sure if they're meeting for deposition or trial or both. It doesn't specify.
So I talked to Ms. Walker's daughter, who is her caregiver, and they're going to have her down here at 6 o'clock at the state attorney's office for the deposition, and then they'll go from there. Kevin Beck's going to be handling the deposition. But she's outside the courtroom, Judge.
Okay.
So this is a new defense witness that they've come up with. Wow.
Specifically referring to a motion for witness to appear via Zoom filed October 21st, 2024 at 5:08 p.m. The court has reviewed it. We can address this tomorrow after you've had the opportunity to take the deposition.
I would just submit based on what we've just heard, she can appear in person because she has.
Is that your final position?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think it would be wise to ask her those kind of questions from the lawyers so they would be able to give a more detailed response about why she didn't want to appear in court. But I understand their position.
Here's the problem that I have. The rule 3.116D requires or allows the court to have virtual testimony or remote testimony if all parties consent. And I'm not hearing consent on behalf of the state attorney's office. And in reviewing the other portions of that specific rule, it all follows if there's consent. So I can't allow your request based on the lack of consent between the parties. So for the record, the motion for witness to appear via Zoom filed today, October 21, 2024, is denied in accordance with Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.116, Section D, Paragraph 1.
Judge, and the only other thing is we're trying to logistically get our witnesses here. We got to fly one in, and of course Ms. Walker and the experts. I'm just asking for what their plan is for their case for tomorrow.
We covered it up at the bench. I thought this is our last witness. It's up to them on how long they cross her. I thought we anticipated Ms. Boone taking the stand at 10 a.m.
You mentioned 10:30.
And my understanding was that Mr. Cacciatore had no further questions for Detective Kepsel, and that we would tender her for cross tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Mr. Henderson had advised it would be 30 to 45 minutes. Taking the worst case scenario, that would be 9:45, built in 15 minutes for redirect. I don't know if it's going to take that long. We will then remove the jury. Once the state rests, we will address any motions. I will colloquy your client on a couple of different matters, and then I will turn it over to you. So I would say that the start time, a good range, would be between 10 and 10:30. I hope we don't have the same delays we had this morning with access. It's Tuesday, not Monday. There may be less jurors, so it may allow better efficiency in moving our panel in. But as soon as the state rests, I intend on moving to motion, colloquying your client, and turning the ball over to you, sir, for you to call your first witness.
Prior to Sarah Boone testifying, I am going to want to view with her the suitcase in the bag.
Understood? Okay. Anything else, state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Okay. I'm going to check out the chat. Wow. So Sarah's going to testify tomorrow. I don't know anything about this other witness. Anybody? Oh, somebody's saying, yeah, always trying to skirt the rules. Yeah, last minute Owens. Billy Jewett is saying, last thing they hear and will think about all night. Bad for the defense. Yep. Pearl sounds like an old lady. That's what it sounds like because they were referencing caregivers and such. I wonder if that's somebody that Sarah has bamboozled, right? William says grasping at straws. Yes, Sarah and Owens want to view the suitcase, and I'm wondering if Owens is going to be trying to get her story, the story straight from Sarah. And so this whole morning is going to be interesting. Yes, KPM is asking, is this new witness Pearl Walker? Yes. I don't know who that is. If you know, let me know. Blue Dragonfly is asking, very curious as to why they're allowed to just slide in more witnesses past the cutoff. Yeah. But I think the judge wants to give them every opportunity so that they can't claim that they couldn't fairly represent their client. So I think that's part of it. Owen keeps trying to delay, but it's not working, somebody's saying. And so, okay. So this tomorrow is going to be incredibly interesting. Tobeans is saying you're shocked, but there are still rebuttal witnesses. So I'm wondering why you're shocked. Are you shocked that this is it? I mean, in the very beginning, Sarah was blah, blah, blah about her complicated case. And I said back then, even a baby lawyer could do it. It's pretty straightforward. What makes it complicated is her throwing things in to make it complicated. Yes, I heard that the judge will colloquy Boone. No, he's going to. Okay, so I believe the judge is going to talk to Sarah and do the whole thing where they explain to the accused, you have a right to remain silent. Whether or not you testify is completely up to you. This is not a decision that your attorney makes. This is one of the decisions that you make. There are tremendous risks involved. You're subject to cross-examination. So go through the whole thing and warn her about the dangers of this and ask her if she wants to indeed take the stand. All that has to be on the record in any case. And with Sarah, it's going to be even more important that it's clearly on the record. Because, Sarah, she'll try and blame everybody else if she's convicted. Matcha is asking if they're bringing in a psychiatrist. So in respect to the question about all the experts, it is going to depend on what Sarah says on the stand. So she is going to come up with a doozy. I'm sure of it. Captain Katie, her rights again. Yeah, but let's do it. Let's do it right. We do want the courts to do it right. We don't want innocent people behind bars. And we don't want the guilty to have lots of grounds for appeal to get out. Melanie says you can't silence a narcissist. Yeah. I like the way the state really, the order that they presented things in. At first I was like, nah, I'm not so sure about this. But I think that suitcase video before the other interrogations, I thought that was really good. It was important for the jury to see what really happened and then see Sarah's lies. The rest of us, I think, got it in reverse, or at least I did. I got the interviews first. I hadn't seen the suitcase video. So getting her narrative first. And that's really important. That's people anchor their brains on a certain story. So that was good the way they did that. So, Greyfish, you think they tied it all together nicely? Jessica's pointing out still not an actual tear. Yeah. It's all about her. All right. It is late, everybody. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for staying for so long. And I am going to go get supper and play with Watson. Thanks again. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Trust your gut.